I realize I got to do that again. I got to do that intro again. Welcome everybody to Dexterity Depot Chase Off 4. We are in the open division. We are starting with the first match of Haroon 5 against Dexterity Depot away. We have Roland Hannigan on Dexterity Depot in the green jerseys, chasing around the quad from the front line over to the ridge. A lot of quick movement here. Insane play there on Haroon 5. That was Grant. I had one of the mics muted. My apologies. This is the first match of the open division. We have 20 matches today, 2 groups with 5 teams in each. It is going to be pretty chaotic. We have Roland up on the evader plate and Gabe Torres in the classic bucket hat. Roland juking around the ridge over to the tilted cube. Gabe chasing close. Roland over to the front line. Gabe collapses down, just misses the tag. Roland takes the Dorito cut over to the tilted cube. Cuts back on himself over by the mountain. Cuts again under the mountain again, but just can't get away from Gabe. He is able to secure the tag beautifully. There are some high-level athletes here. We have a couple international athletes, some that you're going to see real soon as they're playing on both of these teams. We have Elias Poe up, chasing Gabe down, and a quick tag. Gabe not able to round the corner fast enough before the long arm of Elias Poe tagged him. We now have Red One, originally of Rooftop Kings, in that black jersey. Right now, they are a part of Haroon 5, though. He's one of the international athletes. Nothing to be played with. He is a very experienced athlete, as he's going to try to chase Elias down in this first match. Elias going up on the mountain. Red One staying close and suit behind him. A reach from Red One. No contact made. Elias rounding the corner around the ridge. Cuts back on himself in the front line. A reach again. No contact made. Elias cuts around to the sisters. Cuts back on himself on the lazy boy. But Red One able to secure the tag with milliseconds left. It seems like such good pace from both athletes. Elias almost getting to escape him there. We now have Gavin, again, another international athlete on the Chasers plate. Gavin, widely known as one of the best chase tag players in the world. Red One cutting back to the loading bay, juking back and forth, but Gavin getting closer, jumps out, gets the tag on Red One. Beautifully done. Like I said, these matches are going to be high octane and just quick pace the entire way through. We have Grant on the Chasers plate. Gavin trying to get a point on the board for the Dexterity away team. Starting over by the ridge, wasting a decent amount of time, but cutting back to the loading bay under the mountain. Grant picking up the speed. Insane pace. Grant able to secure the tag on Gavin. The score remains 0-0. We have up now Adrian Luis up on the Chasers plate, trying to get Grant to stop him from getting a point. False start there from Adrian. We are going to restart it as it was very soon in the match. We'll start the match timer again at 10 seconds. A lot of the teams are mixed up today with a lot of athletes, just kind of playing on different teams to fill out the teams. I will try to call it out as I can. Grant starting over by the ridge, immediately backing up to the loading bay. Thinks about going up on top of the mountain, cuts back on himself, rounding back by the ridge again. Adrian staying hot on his heels, though. Grant cutting to the sisters, over into the front line, keeping some good distance, keeping eyes on him as well the entire way through. Grant putting on the burners now, knows the time is running out. A little bit of a slip up, but it didn't seem to matter. Grant securing an evasion in great fashion. Right now we have Haroon 5 in the pink jerseys. Some might see them as Hollywood Freerunner jerseys, but right now they are Haroon 5. Dexterity as away team is in the green jerseys. We have Roland Hannigan up on the Chaser's plate. Grant starting again over by the ridge, cuts back to the loading bay. Roland tries to close the distance. Grant takes. Ooh, almost goes for the reverse high line to the tilted cube. Fakes at the sisters. Roland just taking his time, getting a little bit closer. Grant doing a lot of work, just trying to keep Roland guessing, but Roland reaches out an arm and is able to tag Grant over by the tilted cube. Beautiful work done there. Amazing work from both athletes there. Grant, not very well versed in chase tag, but has competed already in pretty big competitions. Now he's competing with some of the best of the world. We have Gabe Torres up on the Chaser's plate to chase down Roland. Instant classic match. Almost tags him right in the beginning. Roland takes the high line to the sisters, cuts down at the tilted cube. Gabe closing the distance, reaches, swipes at Roland, and it might have been a possible eye poke. Roland is okay. These things do happen in very quick matches where you got to tag and arms and fingers are reached out.
I'll be good. It's just gonna take a second. Yeah, it definitely takes a second, yeah. You're good. Yeah.
Beautiful sportsmanship from both athletes there. Does seem like it was an eye poke. It is pretty tough, especially when you're going for that swipe over the tilted cube. It was a tag, so Gabe is going to be up evading. We have Gavin up on the Chaser's plate. Rushes at Gabe over the ridge. Flushes him out immediately. Gets into the loading bay. Burners are put on, and a tag is made. Like Gavin was shot out of a gun just now, moving like an absolute bullet across the quad. Again, we do have a lot of athletes with mixed jersey colors here, so Radwan is wearing his Rooftop Kings jersey, which is black, but he is on Haroon 5, who are in the pink jerseys today. Gavin starting over by the ridge, taking his time, moves to the front line, a little bit of a juke in the front line, over the sisters in rapid pace. Radwan staying close behind him, stopping at the sisters. Back to the front line, over to the ridge. Gavin doing a good job keeping his eyes on Radwan the whole time. Radwan just trailing behind him, has to turn on the jets. The lights go green, and I don't think contact was made over by the tilted cube. And that will be another point for Dexterity Depot's away team. It does seem like our display at the bottom showing the scores are not working right now, showing the numbers. Haroon 5 throwing Grant, kitting him. Gavin rounds over to the tilted cube, keeping Grant on his toes, but Grant speeds up, slides under the mountain, and gets the tag on Gavin. It's not showing the score.
That's him. That's him.
We have Elias Poe up on the Chaser's plate, tasked with taking Grant down, not letting them get a tag here. A swing, but a miss on Elias. He's got those long arms. He's able to reach. Grant, up under the sisters, but Elias too close to him, able to get the tag. Beautiful work. That would have been an amazing juke there. But Elias just biding his time, waiting for the right time to strike. We have Gabe Torres, classic bucket cat, back up on the Chaser's plate. Elias Poe evading, trying to get another point on the board for Dexterity's away team. Elias immediately takes center court control. I'm sorry, Gabe. Elias just making some work at the tilted cube. Dives through the mountain. Beautiful work, but stumbles on the landing, and Gabe able to close the distance and get the tag. Elias with that beautiful reach through the mountain to get through instead of the normal speed vault through. We are now at match point for Dexterity's away team. If Gavin gets the tag, they will win. Haroon 5 have to evade. Gavin, bullet, rushes at him over the ridge. Gabe just gets away over to the tilted cube. Gavin, a swing and a miss through the tilted cube. Working on the front line now. Gabe rounds to the ridge. Gavin with a beautiful slide under that slanted bar. Gabe takes the high line up into the tilted cube, over by the sisters again. The time is counting down. Gavin swings, misses, and an evasion happens. Everybody rolling, so convinced that a tag was made there. Oh, I'm sorry, it was match point for Haroon 5. Beautiful work from all athletes. Please bear with us as we try to get the display to show the scores, and we can keep you guys in the loop a little bit better. Again, we do have, after that match, we have 19 matches left for the day. And we're going to be moving on to the next match, which is going to be 215 against DTF, which stands for Dudes Tagging Fast.
Hopefully it works this time. That's the match we just had. So it was on.
Yeah, I did. We move on to our next match, which is going to be 215 against DTF. DTF is going to be in the pink Hollywood Freerunner jerseys again. Don't let you be confused with Haroon 5. 215 consisting of Liam McKay, Marquise Bennett, Jose Mutt, and Isaiah Howard. And then we have DTF with Dan Van Diesel, which is from another international team, as one of our other international athletes, one of the best in the world as well, if we're looking at stats. So he's definitely going to be somebody to look for. We have Carson Palmer, Amos Randau, and Dave Magaboom. This is going to be an intense match. 215 usually has a knack for having crazy matches, as usually only operating with 3 or 4 people. We have Isaiah starting on the chaser's plate against Carson Palmer. Carson runs back to the ridge. You got to be careful. Isaiah has some long arms there. He can reach out and tag anybody from a mile radius, and he tags Carson as he dances around the ridge. Beautiful work there done by Isaiah. We now have Amos Randau, one of the most experienced chase tag players on the quad right now, tasked with taking down Isaiah Howard. Isaiah starting over by the ridge. Amos wants to flush him out immediately. Backs off to the loading bay. Takes the high line. Amos with a reach up and a tag. Isaiah puts his hand up, acknowledging it. Beautiful work and a great tag. We now have Jose up on the chaser's plate. Amos to evade and try to put his team on the board. Isaiah rushes Amos out from behind the mountain. Amos with a little bit of a slip up, but Isaiah not close enough to make an attempt at a tag. Amos rounding the corner over by the loading bay. Isaiah getting into the loading bay and able to flush Amos out, but get the tag in convincing fashion. Beautiful work there by Isaiah, staying on Amos, not letting him set any traps or gain any considerable amount of distance. Isaiah starting over by the ridge, takes the front line, jukes back in open ground, fakes that he's going under the sisters, but gets tagged by Dave. Dave, a familiar face. You know him from Eugen. Very experienced player. No stranger to the quad. We have Marquise Bennett up on the chaser's plate. Dave starting in a very interesting position over by the sisters. Marquise immediately getting up on the obstacles, tries to make a swipe at Dave, doesn't quite contact. Over to the loading bay. Dave rounds the front line. Marquise with a bit of a stumble has to recover. Dave has a lot of distance in between him. Keeping eyes on Marquise, keeping him guessing at all times. Marquise coming down, waving his arm out, getting the tag. Marquise able to recover from the few slip-ups. Didn't matter. He was able to get up, get the tag. Now it's his turn to evade. We have Dan. Again, one of our international athletes, considered one of the top players in the world. Let's see how he competes against Marquise Bennett. Dan immediately taking center court control, dives through the bottom of the tilted cube, but Marquise not there when he gets through. Marquise juking back and forth over by the lazy boy, takes to the front line, fakes in open ground again, goes on top of the mountain, pauses for a second. Dan staying close to him, not really letting him get any distance. Marquise goes to dodge out of the way, but gets caught by the sister, and the tag is made. Marquise with a body of steel. Not letting him get thrown out of the game just yet, but Dan able to get the tag. We remain 0-all as we go into Chase 7. We have Isaiah back up on the chaser's plate. It is now Dan's turn to evade. Dan takes under the mountain, goes over to the loading bay. You got to be careful against Isaiah. He has the reach, over back by the tilted cube, juking back and forth, just keeping Isaiah on his toes. And again, like I said, you got to be careful. Dan tries to slide away, but Isaiah just reaches, and he basically touches the other side of the quad when he does it. Score remains 0-0. We have Carson Palmer up on the chaser's plate. Isaiah starting over by the ridge. Carson immediately darting at Isaiah by the ridge, wants to flush him out. Isaiah juking back and forth at the loading bay. Carson with a dive, but no contacts made. Isaiah looks back, realizes he has a little bit of distance, stops over by the tilted cube, jumps down, but Carson didn't fully commit to the tilted cube and was able to reach out and tag Isaiah. That was beautiful work done there. We now have Jose up on the chaser's plate. Neither team able to get a point up on the board yet as we round into the second half of this match. Jose takes the center court. Carson darts around the tilted cube, just gets away from the swipe, runs to the front line, jukes back, runs back towards the lazy boy. Jose just trailing him right now. Carson stumbles for a second. A hand comes out, but nothing is made. Carson keeping a decent amount of distance. Looks like he's going to jump out of the quad, but doesn't, and is able to get the first point up on the board for DTF. We now have 215 member Liam McKay up on the chaser's plate. Carson going to see if he can take this lead and add another point to it. Liam taking immediately to flush him out. Beautiful work, trying to get him out of the ridge. Carson just pausing on the front line, keeping Liam guessing. Ooh, jumps to the sisters, doesn't quite make a reach out. Good recovery. Carson darts through the mountain, back up the mountain, keeping Liam just on his toes the whole time. Liam not able to make a move yet, and Carson able to get the second point up in convincing fashion there. Carson kept his eyes on Liam the entire time, didn't really let him get any distance, any closer to him, kept him at arm's length, and was able to get him trapped in certain areas. That was beautiful work, putting DTF up 2-0 as we move into Chase 11. Marquise, tasked with taking Carson out, jumps up on the ridge. Carson just stumbles away. Marquise able to get a pretty quick tag. I know Marquise wasn't too happy with not being able to get the evasion before, so he's definitely going to want to do it now. As we've seen from past events, if anybody needs to do it, it will be Marquise. We have Dan up on the Chaser's plate. Marquise starting over by the ridge. Gonna try to wait here. Make Dan make a move. Dan shoots through the ridge. Marquise rapid up the mountain over to the tilted cube under the sisters. A little bit of a slip by the lazy boy. Cuts back on himself again over to the front line. Cuts back a third time on the front line. Over to the sisters. A little bit of a stumble and a reach comes out from Dan, who slides under the sisters and secures the tag. Incredible pace from both athletes. We move into match point. If DTF gets an evasion, they win. 215 needs a tag and then get back-to-back evasions to stay in this. Isaiah tasked with it, up on the ridge, flushes Dan out. But Dan able to juke back and forth on it, making Isaiah think. Reaches Isaiah, able to get the tag on Dan. It's pretty tough. If you let Isaiah creep towards you, he will find a way to just reach his arm through and tag you. Amos Rendao now up on the Chaser's plate. Isaiah needs to get these evasions. They need points on the board to stay in this. Isaiah, Dorito cut to the tilted cube. Makes his way over to the sisters. Amos very close to him, though. Jumps down from the front line, and it's a chase around the outside. But Amos reaches his hand out and catches Isaiah as his arm goes backwards. And that will be it. We have DTF takes the win 2-0 against 215. We immediately move into the next match, which is Dexterity Depot home team against Nimbus. We have athlete Elijah up on the Chaser's plate. Paul from Dexterity evading over by the ridge. Paul cuts back on himself over to the loading bay. Elijah making his way closer. Gets the tag on Paul. And that is a very quick first chase of the match. We have Mike Myers going to chase down Elijah. Elijah, like I said, on the Nimbus team, but in the purple jersey right now. Starting on the Chaser's plate with Mike. Very interesting how this is going to start. Immediately making his way away. Mike going to chase him down over to the ridge. Jumping straight through the loading bay. Darts at Elijah, but he's able to get away up on the mountain. Elijah making work around the sisters, but Mike reaches his hand up and tags Elijah's leg. Beautiful work there from Mike. I talked to Mike before. I said, Mike, how you feeling? Because there's always the joke going around that you feel very good in the offseason, but once the season starts, you seem to get injured. He said, that's why I haven't been training recently. He said, I'm ready. And he's like, I feel good, and I'm ready to compete. We have Logan up on the Chaser's plate from Nimbus. Mike backing up from the ridge over to the loading bay. Logan taking center court control, cutting off the quad from Mike. Mike goes to the front line, jukes back and forth, but Logan just gets his fingertips on Mike's elbow there. The Dexterity Depot home team consists of Aaron Lucas, Paul Fisher, Alex Mosley, and Mike Myers. Nimbus, we have Frank Mejia, Logan Piner, and Elijah. Logan starting in, of course, one of his high up positions, up on the bars of the Lazy Boy. Alex Mosley, tasked with chasing him down. Alex immediately doesn't fall for the trap, takes the center court, tries to flush Logan out. Logan rapid around the front line. Stops over by the ridge, though. Alex immediately flushes him out, gets the hand on Logan as he's going down to the ground. Beautiful work there from Alex. The score remains 0-0 as we go into Chase 5. We have Frank, or Fank, however you know him, up on the chaser's plate. Alex starting over by the ridge. A very popular start for both divisions and all teams so far. Frank rushes off the chaser's plate. Alex taking the reverse high line. Frank not making quite a move just yet. Juking back and forth over to the front line. Frank following him behind the ridge, but Frank didn't fall for that little wrap around the ridge, able to secure the tag. We have Aaron Lucas in the black jersey, but playing for Dexterity Depot home, up on the chaser's plate to chase down Frank. If there's a match that you want to watch that's going to be quick-paced, it's this one. Frank starting over by the ridge, staring daggers through Aaron. Frank jumps up on the ridge to challenge Aaron almost, takes to the front line, pauses on himself, cuts back, gets Aaron off balance, though. Aaron just chases right behind Frank, tails him and says, I know I'm faster than you in the straight. I'm going to tag you. Secures the tag very quickly. We have Elijah back up on the chaser's plate. The score still remains 0-0 into Chase 7 of 16. Aaron starting over by the ridge. Immediately does the Dorito cut under the mount, but cuts back on himself. Tries to juke Elijah as they're over by the loading bay. Elijah gets caught up in the bars. Aaron pausing by the ridge. A swipe on the hand, but no contact. Aaron takes to the sisters. Elijah taking the center court, speeding himself up, able to get the tag. Aaron almost ran straight through the wall at Dexterity Depot here. Score still remains 0-all.
I don't know where I stopped there.
Paul Fisher up on the chaser's plate. Elijah starting over by the tilted cube. Jumps over to the sisters, takes to the front line, uses the starter play as we normally will see Elijah do. Wraps around that bridge of the ridge again, but Paul able to get the tag. You see it happening more common in these chase tag matches and competitions where people will wrap around that bridge there, that lower platform on the ridge. I don't know if it's the best decision to do in some cases, but every athlete has their own method. We have Logan up on the chaser's plate, Paul standing on the center court. Paul goes to the ridge. Logan flushes him out immediately. Paul jumps over to the sister, stops at the Lazy Boy, cuts back on himself over to the tilted cube. Logan staying hot on his heels, up above him on the bars. Paul knew it, though, watching him. Cuts back to the sisters again, takes to the front line. Now it's a race on the front line over to the ridge. Logan with a little bit of a slip up. Paul looking like he's going to jump out of the quad, but doesn't. Putting a point on the board. The first point of this match for Dexterity Depot home. When you need Paul, he's always there for you to answer that call. We have Fank up on the chaser's plate. Looking like he's about to get shot out of a cannon. Fank races over to the ridge, knows he has to get Paul out of here, can't waste any time. Paul just biding some time over to the front line. Runs to the sisters. Frank just falling behind, starts to set up a trap in the tilted cube. But Paul cuts back on the sisters, keeping his eyes on Frank the whole time, keeping some beautiful distance. Frank not able to get close enough, but Paul jumps out of the quad. But the time wasn't up yet, and the tag will be given to Nimbus there. Beautiful work, Paul Knew what he needed to do, but I think he was getting a little too worried that Frank was getting close on the lazy boy. Frank able to get the tag, though, but at what cost? How much stamina did he use? We have Mike Myers up on the chaser's plate. Mike cuts through center court. Frank looks like he wants to go to the sisters, but cuts back to the tilted cube. Jumps through the mountain, but Mike darting through the loading bay, through the bars, and secures the tag. Mike showing that he is ready for this season. He is nothing. You can't go against him and be confident that you're going to get away because he will find a way to get you. We have Elijah striking a pose up on the chaser's plate. Michael retaliates with his own pose. Mike starting over by the ridge. Elijah goes over to the ridge, wants to flush Mike out. Mike backs up to the loading bay, but cuts right back to the ridge. Now it's a race on the front line. Mike getting a decent amount of distance. Cuts over the sisters, fakes that he's going to go back under. Elijah misses the tag. Under the mountain, over by tilted cube. Mike looks up at the time, but did it cost him the tag as he looked up and didn't realize that Elijah was reaching his hand out and got the tag? You see a lot of athletes looking up at the timer, but not looking at their chaser. Beautiful work by both athletes. Dexterity Depot home still lead the match 1-0 as we are in chase 13 of 16. Alex Mosley up on the chaser's plate. Elijah faking that he's going up on the mountain, cuts back to the tilted cube, fakes out the sisters again, but Alex not really falling for anything, chases Elijah down, and Alex gets the tag, almost barrels through the spectators. We move on to match point for Dexterity Depot home. If Dexterity Depot get the evasion, they will take home the win here in this match. Logan needs to get a tag and get an evasion so they can stay in this. There will be a false start called on Logan. The anticipation just got to him too much. Everybody's looking up at the timer. The buzzer goes off on a random cycle, so you can anticipate it. We have to reset the timer if a false start happens, so bear with us. It will only be a couple seconds. Alex starting over by the ridge. Logan immediately flushing him out, getting on top of the obstacles. Alex not able to get away fast enough in the center court and gets tagged by Logan. Logan now needs to get an evasion to tie up the game. But he has to get away from Aaron. Aaron on the chaser's plate in the black jersey, but playing for Dexterity Depot, who are in the white jerseys. Logan perched up on the tilted cube. He does a lot of his work up high, and it usually works for him. Aaron staring at him like a hawk. Logan immediately runs over through the mountain, takes to the front line, but it's a foot chase around the front of the quad. Aaron runs almost out of his shoes and definitely out of the quad, but gets the tag and secures the win for Dexterity Depot home as they take the match 1-0. We will be moving on to our next match, Kalidus & Co. and Nyx. Kalidus & Co. I know is going to be a pretty good fan favorite here as they consist of Kai Baldwin, Amy Baldwin. We have Sam, also from UGen, another international athlete that's here, and Danny Browers. Then on Team Nyx, we have Matt Hall, Dara DePaulo, also competing in this division. We have Bennett, Michael Frazier, Nick Amblo, and Ethan Grindle. I'm so sorry if I butcher anybody's names. I'm trying my best here. Let us know in the YouTube stream who you like to see the most. I know we have a lot of Amy and Kai fans. We have a lot of international athletes here. We're doing the rock, paper, scissors. Team Nyx seems to have won the rock, paper, scissors and is going to evade. Again, we have a lot of mix of jerseys here. Bear with us. I will try to call out whose team is whose. Nyx seems to be in their jerseys, the white and black. Nyx throws out Matthew Hall as an evader. We immediately have Kai Baldwin up on the Chaser's plate. This is a lot of people's dream match right here, and we're getting to see it first thing. Matthew starting over by the loading bay, under the mountain. Kai immediately trying to flush him out over to the sisters and the front line to race. Now Kai staying in suit right behind him and makes short work of Matthew there. Gets the tag in convincing fashion. Kai now up on the Chaser's plate. Kai starting over by the loading bay. We've seen a lot of work from Kai in past World Championships and the U.S. Championships as he makes his way under the mountain and cuts to the tilted cube. Beautiful double speed over. The sisters takes to the front line over to the ridge, keeping his eyes on the Chaser at all times. Cuts back on himself and a stumble there. But the tag was actually made. It must have been a fingertip. Amazing work there as we have Sam from UGen playing on Kalidus and Co. Sam showing how much skill he has in past world competitions for UGen. Starting over by the ridge right now. Sam immediately takes over to the ridge, wants to flush him out. Front line over to the sisters, rushing over the bars like they're not even there. Sam waiting to attack, reaches out under the mountain and gets the tag. Sam has some long arms. He's able to just kind of slide and reach and usually secure the tag if he's very close to you. Nick throws out athlete Nick Amblo up on the Chaser's plate, not sporting a jersey. But Nick Amblo, definitely not a novice in World Chase Tag, has competed in multiple competitions across multiple teams. Sam starting under the mountain. Nick takes the center court, plays it pretty slow right now. Sam jukes around to the sisters, gets front line. Nick, a little bit of a stumble. Waiting over by the ridge, cuts back on himself, swing and a miss. Nick throws the hat away, he says it's too much. Sam races around the perimeter, but Nick does a Ludi dive. I'm pretty sure I can call that one a Ludi dive. Gets the tag and lands on his feet. Beautiful work from both athletes, but Nick able to secure the tag there. This match remains 0-0 as we move into chase 5 of 16. If you're a fan of World Chase Tag, this is definitely the competition for you as we have so many more matches today. As we move on to the next chase, Nick darts through the mountain. No tag made. Rounds to the front line. Skips over to the ridge. Takes to the perimeter. Doesn't stop just yet. Tries to set a trap. Again, darts through. A swing and a miss. Nick just running the same route, but slows down, I think, a little bit too much. And I don't think a tag was made as the Kalidus & Co. athlete did run out of the quad there. That will put 1 point on the board for Knicks. We now have fan favorite Amy Baldwin up on the Chaser's plate. Has to take down Nick Amblo before Knicks can get a considerable lead on them. Nick starting over by the ridge. Amy tries to flush him out. Takes to the front line. Amy takes center court control. Nick rounds his way over to the tilted cube. Cuts back on himself over to the sisters. Amy just waiting for his chance to strike. Reaches out. Doesn't quite make contact. Slides under the sisters. Reaches out again. No contact is made. Amy puts her hand up saying she got a tag. I think we're possibly going to have to go to a DTR there. I don't believe Nick felt anything. If we have to go to a DTR, DTR stands for Disputed Tag Review. We will look at whatever cameras we have on the quad, and we will check to see if a tag was made and where it was made. While we do that, again, DTRs, as I mentioned in the women's division before, DTRs can work one of two ways. It can be really good for your team or it can be really bad for your team. Could both sides get time to breathe, they get time to rest. So especially if a chase was really long and almost 20 seconds, it can work negatively against you if it doesn't go your way. Amy was very confident that she got the tag over by the sisters, so she got him with her whole arm. Right now we have referees looking at the tape. We have cameras recording in every corner, and it is a tag. Amy will now go on to evade. Amy starting over by the ridge. We saw her do this in the women's division before. Favorite spot for her to start. Knicks do lead, though. 2-0. I believe it's 1-0. Amy juking back and forth on the ridge. Going to try to waste as much time as she can. Dorito cuts under the mountain over to the tilted cube. Going to crawl under the sister. Stops at the lazy boy. Jukes back and forth. And it's a sprint on the front line. Stops over by the ridge again. Staying hot on her heels, though, and the tag is made. My apologies before. It is 1-0 Knicks. 19 seconds is what the timer said there. We have Sam up on the chaser's plate. Again, originally from UGen, but playing on Kalidus & Co. today. Seemed as if it was going to be called as a false start, but he backed up, and it seems that we're going to play it through. He's able to get the pretty quick tag there as well. We have Michael Frazier up on the chaser's plate. Michael Frazier, not only incredibly fast, he could jump incredibly far. He makes these obstacles look like they're not there. Sam asking the audience, is he fast? And everybody saying, yeah, he's pretty fast. Michael immediately trying to get Sam out from any obstacle in between them. Cuts to the sisters, cuts back. Sam juking back at the lazy boy. Michael getting caught up in the lazy boy. Over to the tilted cube. Sam cuts back to the sisters again. Michael cutting back to center court. Time is running out. And Sam able to get the evasion there, tying up the score 1-all. Michael's hat fell off. Luckily, nobody went back over there. And he's able to retrieve it pretty easily. We have Matthew Hall back up on the chaser's plate for Knicks. Sam starting over by the ridge. Matthew taking his time for a second. Sam takes the top of the mountain. Jumps over. Matthew reaches up with his hand. And I think just touched the bottom of his foot. Sam said, how'd you get there? Amazing work there done by Matthew. But just like before, we see the match that we saw in that first chase. Kai Baldwin up on the chaser's plate, tasked with taking Matthew Hall down. Matthew starting closer to the center court. Jukes in open ground, but cuts over by to the tilted cube, and it's a quick race. Kai staying in suit. Matthew putting on the burners in the front line. Wraps around to the sisters, but cuts back on himself. Kai not able to close the distance just yet. Reaches out, slams into the boards, but makes the tag at an unbelievable pace there. We have Kai starting over by the ridge. Gotta flush Kai out. Don't let him play the game of trapping you behind here. Flushes him out of the ridge, but Kai already gone over by the loading bay. Fakes up the mountain, takes the reverse high line, stops by the sisters, jukes again to the front line, keeping some considerable distance between him and the chaser. Takes to the mountain again, but Jukes all the way at the top. Jukes back on himself and is able to get away, putting Kalidus & Co. up 2-1.
Just came off.
Nick Amblo up on the chaser's plate to stop Kai from taking this lead even further. Reach out, but nothing made. Nick chasing Kai again. The hat falls off, but the tag is made. It doesn't matter. Nick, I think at some point it's time to throw the hat away. It ain't staying on the head there. We now have Nick tasked with trying to tie this game up. But Kalidus & Co. still lead 2-1. We have Danny chasing him around. Nick taking to the reverse high line again. Jumps down by the lazy boy, cuts back on himself over to the sisters. Stops at the tilted cube, wants to wait just a little bit. Ooh, looking back. Caught a foot to the face, I believe. It was. As he slid through, Nick came down with his foot, I think caught his face with his heel. All athletes are all right, though, it seems, walking it off. Kalidus and Co. still lead 2-1. We now have Bennett chasing over to the tilted cube, runs under the mountain, a slider reach, no contact is made, stops by the ridge, cuts back on himself over to the loading bay. Gonna wait here as long as he needs to. A trap's getting set up, and it worked out for him. Bennett able to get the tag. Kalidus and Co. still lead 2-1 though. We are at match point. Bennett needs to get an evasion to push it into sudden death. Amy up on the chaser's plate to stop that from happening. Bennett starting in center court. Gonna walk on over to the tilted cube. Amy gonna probably try to set up a trap. Spiders away through the tilted cube, slides, gets the tag, and that is all they wrote. Kalidus and Co. winning 2-1 in a very fast-paced match.
What do we got next? 2 and 4. No.
Yo, I could replace the battery.
All right, and we are back with 2-1-5 against Dexterity Depot's away team. Again, I know I say it, I might sound like a broken record, but these matches are going to be insanely fast-paced. All these athletes are well-versed in competition, both local and internationally. We have Liam McKay up, evading first. Who will Dexterity Depot throw in? They will throw in Gavin, one of the top chase tag players in the world. A scream from Gavin up on the chaser's plate. Liam answers back with some stomps of his own. Liam starting over by the ridge. Gavin bullet out off the chaser's plate. Rushes Liam, stumbles just a bit. Liam getting considerable amount of distance. Cuts back on himself, but the tag is made from Gavin there. There wasn't too much notice of where the chaser was there. I don't think Liam knew that he had so much distance on him. You got to keep eyes on your chaser so you're not giving them a reason to cut through the middle and gain up a lot of ground that you just got. We have Jose up on the chaser's plate. Gavin with a very, very familiar start for him over by this bar on the sisters. We've seen it across multiple competitions now. Just waits idly over by the sisters, cuts back to the tilted cube. Isaiah stumbles off to the tilted cube, but recovers very nicely. Gavin racing across the front line. The double speed step over. It is just a foot race, a slide, and no contact is made. Gavin cuts back by the ridge, waits over by the front line, and is able to get away in convincing fashion there. Dexterity away team up 1-0 early on. And you know when that happens, we have to throw in Marquise Bennett up on the chaser's plate. Gavin, like I said, a familiar start. You're going to see him start here probably more often than not. Over by the sister. Marquise immediately up into the loading bay. Tags Gavin immediately. Gavin not able to get away quick enough, but the job was done. He already got a point. Put him in a good lead early on. Dexterity Depot's away team throws in Elias Poe. Marquise taking a page out of Gavin's book, starting over by the sisters. Cuts under the mountain. Elias crawling on all fours, trying to get him. We're over by the ridge, into the front line. Marquise up onto the front line. Cuts back on himself over by the lazy boy, constantly moving his feet, making Elias wonder where he's going to go next. Scurries away from him over the tilted cube. A lot of distances here. Marquise stopping over by the ridge, cutting back on himself, and answering with his own evasion. Tying it up 1-1. Marquise extending his arm, chasing Elias down. Roland going to answer the call and shake his hand so he's not left hanging. He's still waiting for it, and he finally gave it to him. Beautiful show of sportsmanship. Roland Hannigan up on the chaser's plate to try to gain an advantage back. Marquise starting over by the ridge. Roland flushes him out quickly. Dorito cuts under the mountain over to the tilted cube. Cuts back on himself twice through the mountain, but Roland staying hot on his heels, reaching out and getting the tag. Rapid pace from all athletes right now. Roland Hannigan, known for a lot of movements, known for juking out in the open, but will that work against Isaiah? Isaiah is able to tag you, like I said, from 2 miles off of the quad with his reach. Roland starting over by the ridge. Some words being exchanged by the athletes. Isaiah up on the ridge, reaches down, grabs Roland, and Roland says, "How did you do that?" I don't know if the camera does it justice. Isaiah is a mountain of a man and very fast and very nimble as well, which is a dangerous chase tag athlete. We have Adrian Luis up on the chaser's plate for Dexterity Depot away. Isaiah starting over by the ridge. Juking back and forth, just wasting some time here. Adrian not letting him do it for long, though. Cuts over to the loading bay, reaches out a hand, doesn't get a tag. Isaiah with a decent amount of distance now. Cuts over to the tilted cube. Adrian got to close this distance. Time is running out. Another swing. No contact is made. Isaiah able to secure another point for 2-1-5. Beautiful work there from Isaiah. 2-1-5 is up 2-1. Gavin now with the job of chasing him down and hopefully tying it back up. Gavin races across the ridge, stops himself from going over. Isaiah thought he was safe, cut back, but Gavin caught the tag. Beautiful work as we go into chase 9. We are halfway through this match. Marquise Bennett up on the chaser's plate to try to stop Gavin from gaining any bit of momentum and keep 2-1-5 in the lead. Gavin starting over by the ridge, not the usual sister start. Marquise chases him out, reaches, swipes, nothing made there though. Gavin working in the front line now, cuts back on himself. Marquise doesn't know what to do. Stops over by the sister, reaches his arm out, gets Gavin. Gavin has to catch Marquise from falling out of the quad. Incredible pace from both athletes there. 2-1-5 still lead 2-1. Roland Hannigan needs to tie this up. They need to get Marquise out before he can get another point for 2-1-5. Marquise starting over by the sisters that we saw him start at before. Roland immediately up on the lazy boy, but Marquise cuts back on himself over to Tilted Cube. Up on the mountain, Roland goes underneath, but doesn't quite catch him. Reaches up as he's doing the reverse high line and gets the tag. That was incredible. Fingertips up in the air. A good safe tag, too, because he knew that was a very vulnerable spot to be. You're in the air, not touching any obstacle. Isaiah, though, I think right now, Roland's kryptonite. 2-5, throw him in to keep their lead. Roland immediately under the mountain, cuts back on himself over to the loading bay. But Isaiah again just reaches his arm out and gets the tag. Incredible. We have Elias Poe. Elias Poe up on the Chaser's plate as we move into chase 12 of 16. These are two very tall athletes against each other. Who knows how this will turn out? Isaiah starting over by the ridge. Elias needs to flush him out quickly. Cuts back on himself over by the loading bay. Up on top of the ridge. Stops Elias in his tracks, though, for a second. And they're just making work back and forth on these two obstacles. Isaiah cutting under the mount over to the tilted cube. And Elias jumping over the opposite side of where you would normally dive. Reaches out and gets the tag. Beautiful work from Elias. It is up to him to try and tie up this match now. We are commentating basically from courtside. I'm right next to the athletes. You can see how intense they are all competing at right now. We have Jose up on the Chaser's plate. Elias over to Tilted Cube. Runs across the sisters to the lazy boy, but cuts back on himself. Oh, jukes himself again, but Isaiah not letting him get too much distance. Slides under the mountain, reaches an arm out and gets the tag. Elias not able to get far enough away. There might have been a headbang from Jose on the quad when he slid. Or it might look like his arm possibly when he reached out. Might have been in a bit of a compromised position there. We've seen it happen a couple times. We try to take safety as serious as possible here. Everybody is playing obviously pretty intense, but everybody's playing very safely as well. But these things do happen. This quad is just made up of wood and steel. It does look like his arm might have been in a bit of a compromised position. We do have Radwan over there, who is also very familiar with this. As the last competition, I believe he also suffered from a slight dislocated shoulder. I can tell you from experience, it is not something that is fun. I fortunately have never done it in a chase tag competition, but that pain is excruciating if it is that. Hopefully for Jose's sake, it isn't. And maybe it's just a bit of a strain. We have a little bit of ice on him. Let's stick by. We'll get the matches done shortly. Was able to get up. Hopefully not too bad of an injury that he sustained there. Don't know if we'll see him much throughout it. Again, this competition isn't for any ranking. It's not for any seeding in any world competition. This is just Dexterity Depot's chase off. We are now up at match point for 2-1-5 as we are in chase 14 of 16. Dexterity Depot will throw in Gavin to try to tie things up and at least force it into sudden death if he needs to, or win it. It's looking like Marquise is going to be the one in charge of making sure that doesn't happen. Gavin, again, I think after facing Marquise the first time over by the sisters, isn't going to start there again. He's starting over by the ridge. Marquise wants to flush him out quickly. Not let him waste any time. They both cut to center court. Gavin over to the front line. Cuts back and forth. Jukes just away from Marquise. Marquise somehow slides over the sisters through the mountain, and it's just a chase, a race through the front line. Gavin not stopping. Just absolute burners on and able to secure the evasion, tying up the game 2-2. Marquise giving his all, saying, I'm fine, just putting his all into it. Absolute 200%. It is now match point for Dexterity. If they get the evasion, they will get the win. If Isaiah gets the tag, we go to sudden death. Gavin juking on the sisters. Isaiah not making any moves just yet. Slips, and the tag is made, which means we will have our first sudden death of the chase-off. Sudden death will work. Both teams will throw in one chaser and one evader, and it's whatever time the evader can get. Whoever has the most time evading will win. If an evasion is made on one side, that means the other side will also have to get an evasion when they swap. It is possible to go to double or even triple sudden death if the teams just keep getting evasions. But it is most time for the evader will count as the win. Dexterity throwing in Elias Poe as their evader. 215 throwing in Liam McKay as the chaser. You can throw in whoever you want for this. First sudden death of the competition, surely not the last. Elias starting over by the mountain. Liam banging on the chaser's plate, waiting to go. Elias slowly makes his way over to Tilted Cube. Liam tests to chase him down, goes to reach, but Elias able to get away. Remember, every second counts here. Jumps through the ridge, reaches his arm out, gets the tag, and we will wait for a final time. Liam saying, I can't believe he broke my ankles there on the sisters when he went to go reach, but Elias was able to get away. We are waiting for an official time. I believe that time is 12.4 seconds, which means Marquise has to evade for longer than that, and they will get the win. But we have Roland Hannigan up on the chaser's plate, and it's his job to make sure that doesn't happen. Tensions are rising as we wait for the athletes ready to go off. 12.4 may not be the time that the tag happened. We're waiting for an official time, and it's looking like 10.7 seconds will be the official evasion time. Marquise has to evade for longer than 10.7. Roland definitely not going to make it easy for him. Marquise breathing heavy. The fatigue starting to set in early here. Over to the ridge. Marquise immediately trying to run away. Goes over to the Tilted Cube at a breakneck speed. Just running. Doubles back on himself. Over by the ridge. Breaks his ankles over by the ridge and gets the win in sudden death. Having 215 win the sudden death match there. Incredible speed from both Roland and Marquise, but Marquise able to just make that last second decision and get the win. We're going to be moving on to our next set of matches right now. Let us know who you guys want to see face off the most today and tomorrow are jam-packed with nothing but insane matches. Today are our group stages, consisting of 20 total matches. So you got a lot more that we're in store for. Tomorrow will be a tournament-style knockout. We move on to our next match, who is going to be Haroon 5 and the Second State Squonks, locals to the Dexterity Depot quad. Again, Haroon 5 sporting the pink jersey, except for Radwan, who is on Rooftop Kings, but is playing for Haroon 5 in Hollywood Freerunner jerseys. I know it's confusing, but we'll try to work you through it. Second State Squonks, this is their first match of the day. Radwan tasked with evading first for Haroon 5. Goes back to the tilted cube, jumps through the mountain, stops, pauses at the loading bay, races through the ridge, but gets tagged. Very quick first chase. That is exactly what you want, especially against somebody as experienced as Radwan. We have Gabe Torres, classic bucket hat. Gabe immediately running to center court, stopping over by the tilted cube. Waits for his chance to strike, takes to the front line. Chases behind him now, and it's just a sprint through center court over to the tilted cube. No tag, I think, was made. Oh, tag was made. When you're moving that fast, sometimes you don't feel it, or you think you did, and you got to stop and think for a second. It's definitely tough in the heat of the moment.
Respect. Yeah, appreciate that. Dude, let's go. You're moving.
Gabe Torres going to start over by the ridge right now. Second State Squon's in the pink jerseys. Most of Haroon 5, or I'm sorry, Second State Squon in the purple jerseys. Most of Haroon 5 in the pink. Gabe running through to the front line, breakneck speed over to the sisters. Stops at the tilted cube to cut back on himself under the sisters. Takes back to the front line again. Just dancing on the front line, but it doesn't work as he gets tagged. You've seen it more and more in this meta play, the front line juking back and forth. Even if it's just like a little stop and go, it throws people off because you don't expect somebody to try to juke in the front line like that. A friendly hello to Radwan. Not returned to him, though, I don't think. Radwan all about the game right now. Squonk starting over by the ridge. Radwan flushes him out immediately. We take to the center court over by the tilted cube. Radwan posts up on it. Chases very close behind to the front line and gets a tag in the front line. Says, if you guys can do it, we can do it too. We have Canute up on the chaser's plate with a dominant stomp. Radwan starting over by the ridge. Body position, though, towards the loading bay. Will that give away too much of where he's going to go, or is he going to try to juke? He's going to run right to center court. Jumps over the slant on the front of the mountain over to the sisters. Keeping eyes on Canute the whole time. Takes to the front line. Races around the ridge into the corner with the loading bay, but Canute slides through, salutes in the corner, and secures the tag. At ease, Canute, at ease. We have Grant Kinningham up on the chaser's plate. Again, not too much on Grant, except that he's competed at such a high level already in just one or two competitions against some of the best people. Canute not choosing a good starting spot, it seems. Runs over to the ridge, but maybe it worked for him. Grant staying just above him, reaches out his hand, gets the tag. Grant, an incredibly well-balanced athlete, and has a lot of knowledge of what to do and when to do it. Grant starting over by the ridge, but immediately backs off to the loading bay and up the mountain. Pauses, though, on top of the mountain. Real good speed getting back to the ridge, keeping a considerable amount of distance. Puts the burners on, takes the high line. Beautiful work. Insane distance is created. Takes a look back, sees how much distance. And with the jump out of the quad, the evasion will be secured. Grant just not stopping. The legs never stop for a moment. Able to put Haroon 5 up on the board 1-0 as we go into chase 8. Grant's again starting over by the ridge. Pausing idly, just waiting for the chaser to make a move. Runs back over to the mountain. Takes the reverse high line now. Said, I'll do it one way, I'll do it the other. Cuts back on himself on the front line, but it doesn't work. And he gets tagged. The front line claims another soul again. If you're going to cut back on the front line, you have to be quick. I would know because I wasn't able to do it because I was not quick when I tried. Rad 1 up on the chaser's plate to keep Haroon 5 in the lead here. It's a ridge start. Radwan flushing out immediately. The cut back under the mountain. Radwan staying hot on the heels, though. Reaching out, getting the tag. We move into the second half. We're in the second half of this match. Haroon 5 currently lead 1-0. Radwan again starting over by the ridge. Squonks need to get a point on the board here. Radwan wraps around the tilt cube over to the sisters. It's a foot race on the front line. Radwan knows that. He puts the burners on. Stops over by the loading bay, cuts back on himself. Beautiful work done there. Gets back to the tilt cube, over the sisters again, running the same line. Stops, cuts back again in the front line, and it claims yet another. So close, but just not enough. Haroon 5, though, still in a good lead, 1-0, as Gabe Torres is up on the chaser's plate. Gabe immediately cutting through to the front line. Squonks on the sisters, runs to the front line. Gabe's just staying above him, waiting to make an attempt here. Staring at him, waiting for him to make a move, but wasting a lot of time. Under the sisters, Gabe still just biding his time. A little bit of distance is created. A stumble out of the quad, but the tag was made. Gabe just standing above him the whole time, eyes looking at him, locked on him. And he was able to get the tag at the end. A wave hello to Gabe. Gabe doesn't respond. We move into chase 12 of 16. Haroon 5 still up 1-0. Gabe retreats back to the loading bay, up on top of the mountain, but cuts back on himself twice under the mountain, over to the tilted cube. He runs up on the sisters, takes to the front line. It's a bit of a foot race now. You got to be careful. Gabe is quick. He can get away from you if you just keep it like this. Does the reverse high line over to the front line again. Now touches the ground. And an evasion is made, putting Haroon 5 up 2-0. Executing the reverse high line all the way to the front line. That is half the quad that got covered by Gabe without his feet touching the ground. And he kept the same speed all the way through. Canute up on the chaser's plate. Bit of a hill to climb here. Gabe starting over by the ridge again. Canute knows he needs to get him out. Chases him down, gets a very quick tag. Now it's up to Canute. He's got to get these evasions. It's not going to be an easy task, though, as Grant Kinningham is up on the chaser's plate. Canute starting real close. Is this confidence or is it overconfidence? We're about to see. Canute immediately retreats to center court, runs right to the sisters. Grant not too much phased by the games that he played there. Stayed real close behind him and gets the tag through the mountain. And that is the game. Haroon 5 will take the win, 2-0. Amazing work done there. We will be moving on to the next match, which is going to be Team Nyx against Team Wall of Bees. There's nothing more intense than a wall made of nothing but bees. And that's what this team is going to try to embody right now. This is going to be Wall of Bees' first match of the day. We're going to see how well they can do. We have Bennett up evading for Team Nyx, with Ian Monaghan up on the Chaser's plate. Bennett starting over by the sisters. Ian immediately taking the center court. Bennett retreats to the tilted cube, juking back and forth, keeping Ian just at bay. Ian reaches out his arm, gets the tag, though, in very convincing fashion. Ian, although fairly new to chase tag, or at least competing in chase tag, has been practicing and has honestly at this point faced some of the biggest names in the sport. We have Michael Frazier from Nyx up on the Chaser's plate to stop Wall of Bees from getting an early lead here. Michael Frazier up on the ridge, flushes Ian out. It's a foot race along the side. Michael reaches out a hand. I don't think a tag was made. Ian goes over to the ridge, just waits. Michael Frazier above him, descends down and gets the tag. Beautiful work done there. Michael Frazier said, I got him over there, but I'm going to get him twice. We now have Zeke up on the Chaser's plate on Wall of Bees. Michael over by the ridge, retreats back to the loading bay, up on top of the mountain, just absolutely bounds his way across the quad, over the sisters like they're not even there. Up over the ridge, right in front of Zeke. Zeke not able to close this distance. Up over the ridge again, but it was too much. And Zeke able to close the distance and get the tag. Michael just acting like there's no obstacles in front of him and that he's just running through things at this point. Zeke starting over by the sisters. We have Matthew Hall up on the Chaser's plate. Just looking like he's having a good time right now. Zeke starts over by the sisters, retreats back to the tilted cube. Lets Matthew Hall come towards him, but Matthew Hall slowly approaching. Slides through, the Viper works, and he's able to get a hand on the ankle of Zeke before he can get away. Beautiful work done there. The score remains 0-0. We now have a very familiar face up on the quad. We have Devin Straley up on the Chaser's plate on Team Wall of Bees. Matthew over by the tilted cube. Devin makes his way through center court, closes the distance quickly on him, and is able to reach through and get the tag on the tilted cube, saving a lot of energy. That's exactly what you want when you're going against people of this high caliber of skill. We now have Ethan up on the Chaser's plate. Devin starting over by the tilted cube. Ethan immediately rushing, cutting off half the quad from him, forcing Devin to move. Devin running through to the front line. Breakneck pace, just hurdles the sisters over to the tilted cube, cuts back under the sisters, over to the lazy boy. Ethan staying above him, though, on the front line and collapses down, gets the tag. Bit of a car crash over by the ridge. Both athletes are okay. Good sportsmanship from both sides. Ethan able to get the tag. We now have John up on the chaser's plate for Wall of Bees. Ethan starting over by the ridge. Quick start, flushing him out. Ethan runs over to the sisters, takes to the front line. Has some good distance, keeping his eyes on him at all times. Can't fall into the trap of just running. Takes over to the sisters, back to the tilted cube. And he's just running the perimeter here. John not able to close the distance just yet. A dive, but nobody was home. Good hustle, but they are able to go 1-0. Knicks will now lead this match as we go into the halfway point. Ian up on the chaser's plate to stop this ball from rolling out of control. Ethan starting over by the ridge. Got to flush him out quick. Ian does it perfectly. It's a race to the front line over to the sisters. We don't even pause until the cube. We immediately just run under the mountain back to the ridge. Made a full loop in less than 5 seconds. We come back to the front line again. Ian hot on his tail, reaches out. Nobody's there. And it seems like Ethan is going to double up the points. 2-0. Beautiful work done there. I do believe, though, fell into a bit of a trap of just running the perimeter. Didn't keep eyes on Ian too much. It worked in his advantage now, but how much stamina did it use? We have Zeke up on the chaser's plate. Ethan starting at the ridge. Zeke flushes him out. Ian takes to the top of the mountain. A swing. Zeke puts his hands up, says, I tag him. Ethan says, yes, he got me. Good sportsmanship there. He put him in a good position, up 2-0. Now we have Nick Amblo on the chaser's plate. Zeke needs to get some points on the board here for Wall of Bees. He's got to do it right now as we are in chase 10. Zeke starting over by the ridge. Immediately cuts to the front line. Good obstacle between him and Nick. Nick jumps down, back over to the ridge. Pauses just for a second, wasting a decent amount of time here. Nick's got to make a move, flush him out. Over to the loading bay. Nick dives, no contact made. Now it's a foot race on the front line. Zeke stops at the sisters, and the tag was made at what I believe can only be about 18 or 19 seconds. Beautiful work. The hat fell off again. Who knows when he'll say enough is enough and just get rid of it. We have Devin up on the chaser's plate. Nick starting dangerously close to him, but Nick still lead 2-0. They have a pretty comfortable lead. Devin immediately flushes him out of the ridge. Nick retreats to the loading bay, up and over, doing the reverse high line over to the lazy boy. Cuts back on himself, doubles back again and gets tagged by the lazy boy. One of the hardest places to get away from because of how open that one side is. When you think you're safe, you're definitely not. We now have Bennett back up on the chaser's plate. Devin needing to get something on the board for his team here. Devin starting over by the tilted cube. Waits, just bides his time, cuts to the sisters. Keeping eyes on him the entire time, though. Runs, blitzes through the front line, stops by the ridge. Gonna waste some time here. Keep Bennett guessing, but Bennett hot on his heels. Gonna pause again at the tilted cube. Not let him get any distance. A reach goes out, but no contact is made. Devin stops, knows he has the evasion. Getting the first point on the board for Wall of Bees. A terrifying thing that is. Wall made of bees. Matthew Hall up on the chaser's plate. Can't really see him. He's kind of crouched in the corner here, but he's there, I promise. Devin starting now over by the loading bay. Cuts under the mountain, pauses for a second. Goes over to the tilted cube, under the sisters, waits just a little bit, tries to juke Matthew, but Matthew's right there to say, I'm here, and I tagged you. Knicks still lead by 1 point. As we move on to match point. If Matt gets an evasion, they will win. Zeke needs to get a tag and then get an evasion to tie the game and force a sudden death. Matthew starting in the center of the quad. Matthew retreats under the mountain over to the tilted cube. Starts to speed up, but stops. Does a good juke on Zeke there. Keeps him guessing. Zeke has to reset on the tilted cube. The jukes just don't stop. Matthew knows what's in store. He wants to take home this win. He knows he needs to get this evasion to close it out. Runs around to the loading bay, breakneck speed, and gets the evasion. And that will be game. Matthew able to allow it to go to 3-1 for Team Nix. Our next match is going to be Kalidus and Co. against Dexterity Depot's home team. Dexterity Depot's home team consisting again of Aaron Lucas, Paul Fisher, Alex Mosley, and Mike Myers. That's a heavy-hitting team. But Kalidus and Chloe equally as heavy-hitting with Kai and Amy Baldwin, Sam from Eugen, and Danny Browers. Again, we have some jersey discrepancies here. We have Aaron in the black jersey, but he is with Dexterity Depot. We have all of Kalidus in what seems to be different clothes. But we will call it out as they are coming out. We're going to do the rock, paper, scissors with Sam and Aaron. Sam towering over Aaron. Let us know in the comments of the stream who you are super excited to see, what matchups and teams you're excited to see. As we move on to our next match. It's looking like we will have Sam evading, and we have Mike Myers in charge of hunting him down. Sam starting by the mountain, backtracks over to the tilted cube. Mike vibers through the tilted cube, gets the tag. Sam with like a sigh of, I don't know if it was relief or astonishment. Scratching of the head saying, how did he get to me that quick? Mike with a quick tag, which is what you want, especially when you have Kai Baldwin up on the chaser's plate. No short task trying to evade him here. Kai makes short work of the ridge, darts to the loading bay, and gets the tag on Mike. Equally as quick tag in the first two chases of this match. Dexterity Depot's home team throwing Alex Mosley. Will he be the answer to Kai? These athletes are no strangers to each other. They have faced each other multiple times across multiple competitions. Kai says, you're the one that I want to face, and he's going to get it. Starts over by the ridge. Alex needs to flush him out. You can't let Kai play his game if you want to tag him. Goes up on the mountain, reverse high line. Jumps down to the front line. Alex makes a move, gets a tag as Kai tries to double back on himself in the front line. It claims another soul. Alex Mosley up, evading. And we have Danny Browers on the chaser's plate in the black and orange, but still playing for Kalidus and Co. Alex immediately takes to the mountain, jumps down into the tilted cube. Danny chasing close behind. It's a foot race on the front line over to the ridge. They're sprinting after each other a reach, but no contact is made. Alex stops over by the sisters, sprints again, picks up the pace. Danny not able to close the distance. One last chance, and it's not made. Alex, a breakneck speed. Insane pace from both athletes, but Alex able to just get the edge there and able to get 1 point. That was a crazy pace of a chase there. How much did it just take out of Alex early on? We are going to find out as Kalidus and Co. throw in Sam. Again, originally from Eugen, but on Kalidus and Co. today. Alex starts over by the ridge, cuts back on himself twice, Sam says, I think you're tired, bud. It's time to go out. He even says, I'm sorry to him. Paul Fisher now up on the chaser's plate. Alex did a decent amount of good work there. More than enough for Dex to have a 1-0 lead. Paul needs to make sure that Kalidus Co. can't answer to that. Sam starts over by the ridge. Paul flushes him out immediately. It's a race on the front line. Paul jumps up onto the sisters, takes into the tilted cube, dives over. A swing, and the contact was made. Sam not able to catch a break here, it seems. The look of surprise on his face, and how were they doing this? Paul able to keep Dexterity Depot's home team in the lead, though. But we have Amy Baldwin up on the chaser's plate. Paul starts in center court. Paul immediately retreats over to the sisters. Takes to the front line. Amy waiting to make a move right now. Chases Paul over to the loading bay. Darts through loading bay. Nothing's there. Paul stops on the front line. Amy stops with him. Over to the tilted cube. It's a foot race now. Stops over by the loading bay. Paul jukes back forth. Amy not able to make a decision there. And Paul gets the next point, putting Dexterity Depot home up 2-0 as we are in the second half of this match. Kai Baldwin up on the chaser's plate. Needs to make something happen right now. Paul starts over by the ridge. Waits for Kai to come towards him. Kai makes short work of the ridge, though, as they wrap around over to the sisters. Cuts back on himself. And before Paul can double back under the sisters, Kai gets a hand on Paul's hand and gets the tag.
Good job, Paul.
Paul did some good work there, though, allowing Dexterity to now have a 2-0 lead. Mike Myers up on the chaser's plate, and he has to chase down Kai Baldwin so they can't start to snowball. Once Kai starts going, it's hard to get him to stop. Kai starts over by the tilted cube, makes his way under the sisters, keeping his eyes directly on Mike, though, the entire time. Runs through the front line, doesn't want to get caught out there. Mike dives through the ridge, nothing made. Mike dives back through the ridge. Kai juking back in open ground. A lot of distance here. Kai making short work of all these obstacles. Just rapid pace. Another dive from Mike and no contact. And Kai able to secure a point. They still trail, but now it's only by 1 point. And here is a match that everybody is hoping to see. You have Aaron Lucas up on the chaser's plate, one of the quickest athletes in America, and Kai Baldwin, one of the quickest athletes on an American team, being Hollywood Freerunners. Kai starts over by the ridge, backs up to the loading bay. Aaron immediately rushes him down, tags him, says, you're not getting away. I can't let you get too far. Sam gonna try his hand again now, stopping Dexterity Depot from keeping this lead as they lead by 1 point in chase 11 of 16. Aaron starts over by the ridge. Athletes are talking to each other right now, exchanging some words. Aaron immediately Dorito cuts under the mountain over to the tilted cube. Keeps his eyes on Sam. Sam's just taking the high line, kind of after him, waiting to descend down. We're back over by the ridge. Eyes are staying glued to Sam. Sam reaches and touches his hand on the loading bay. Like I said, these bars are great for getting around and using them to aid you. But if you leave a hand back too long, it's going to get tagged. And Sam just showed exactly that perfectly. We have Alex Mosley up on the chaser's plate. Sam over by the ridge. Gonna just wait, see the move that Alex makes. Alex flushes him out immediately. Sam runs to the top of the mountain. Swing, but nobody's home from Alex. Sam stops at the sisters, jukes back to the tilted cube. Alex reaches down, no contact made. Recovers nicely, though. Sam wraps around to the front line. It's a raise on the front line. Alex reaches a hand out. I don't think a tag was made. It is hard to tell. No tag was made there. Sam able to tie up the game 2-2 as we move into chase 13 of 16. Sam asking Paul, please go easy on me. Paul just said no. Sam retreats to the tilted cube, makes short work of the sisters, stops, double back on himself to the sisters. Gets caught, hits his back on one of the sisters. Paul gets the tag. I believe he's okay. A little bit of a groan, though. As again, this quad is made of nothing but metal and wood. So if you hit anything, it's gonna hurt. Paul in charge of trying to get another point on the board here. Kalidus and Co. put in Danny Browers. Paul starting over by the ridge. Danny immediately cuts through, reaches out a hand, but Paul's not there. Paul needs to run. It's just a sprint. Danny sliding on the floor, puts his hand up, says, I got him. I don't think Paul felt it. The chase continues. Paul Dorito cuts through the mount over by the tilted cube. Danny waits, Vipers through the tilted cube. Paul gets some distance, and it's looking like we're going to have a DTR on the tag of Danny sliding under the sisters to tag Paul. Paul said, did you tag me? Danny said, yeah, I think I got you over by the sisters. A DTR again, disputed tag review. We have cameras set up in the corners. We have extra cameras even set up after that. So if a DTR is called, we will see where they say it was called. We will check the footage and see if that happened. We have our referees and gym owner Tim Dexter looking at all the footage that we have here. We should have a couple of angles that might have caught exactly what happened. So far, beautiful work from all athletes. If the disputed tag review, again, it's up to the chaser to make the tag as noticeable as possible. If it goes to a DTR, it comes down to what the cameras see. There have been cases where a tag is made in that chaser's mind, but if a DTR is called, it's no longer in your hands, it's in the referee's hands and what the cameras have seen. Both athletes get a considerable amount of time, though, here as a break, especially after a long chase like that. This can both work out or work against the team that calls the DTR, because you have to hope you get it right, because then that break goes to your advantage. We're reviewing the footage as well as we can. We're about to get an answer. And it's looking like a tag was made. Danny got his hand on Paul before he can get away. The score will remain 2-2 as we move into match point. Kalidus and Co. need to get an evasion to win. If Mike Myers gets a tag, we are forced into sudden death. Danny cuts back to the loading bay, cuts back to the ridge again. Stops, jukes Mike, just fingertips away. But Mike descends down onto Danny and gets the tag. Oh, my mistake. We're going to move one more match before sudden death. We're still on match point now, but now it's match point for Dexterity Depot. Mike Myers is able to get the evasion. They will win. If Kai gets the tag, then we are forced to sudden death. Mike, last second, jumps back to the loading bay. Kai chases him through, gets the tag as Mike slides under the sisters, and we have another sudden death. Both teams will throw in one chaser and one evader, then they will swap. It is who gets the longest evasion will win the match. Second sudden death of the competition so far. It's looking like Dexterity Depot is going to throw out Paul Fisher as the evader. But Kalidus and Co. is going to throw out Kai Baldwin as the chaser. This is good from both teams. You can see the idea that they're going with here. Kai's a very good tagger. Paul's a very good evader. Paul retreats back to the loading bay, knowing time is of the essence here. Jukes back and forth. Kai goes to make a tag, doesn't make the tag. Paul gains a considerable amount of distance on him. Jukes at the ridge, almost clotheslines himself with that platform at the ridge. The tag was made, and we will get an official time soon. Kai seems to have taken something directly to the middle of his face. Walked it off, though, like a champ. We will have the official time in soon. It is looking like the next two are going to be Sam evading and Aaron chasing. Again, perfect decisions from both teams. It's looking like the official time, as we're waiting for it to come in, is going to be around 10.3 seconds. Sam has to evade for more than 10.4 seconds to win the match. Sam starting over by the ridge. Aaron raring to go. Aaron immediately jumps out, catches Sam before the timer can happen. Sam collapses to the floor. Aaron gets the tag at breakneck speed, which means Dexterity will take that win in the sudden death of the game being tied up 2-2. Our next team that we're going to have is DTF, which stands for Dudes Tagging Fast, against Haroon 5. Again, both teams consisting of, on DTF, we have Dan Van Diesel, we have Carson Palmer, Amos Randau, and Dave Hagenboom. Then on Haroon 5, we have Grant Kinningham, Gabriel Torres, and Radwan. Aaron did an incredible job there, chasing him down, not letting Sam get away at all, as we move on to our rock, paper, scissors for the next match. This match going to be a little confusing watching it from a perspective. Both teams have pink jerseys on, so I will do the best I can to make sure you know who is chasing and who is evading. Almost everybody, aside from Radwan, I believe, are wearing Hollywood Free Run shirts. One of them stands for Haroon 5. The other one is just DTF, Dudes Tagging Fast. It's looking like DTF had won the rock, paper, scissors. They throw in Dave to evade. Haroon 5 throw in Grant Kinningham to chase. Bear with us on all the pink jerseys. I'll try my best to decipher them. Dave starting over by the sisters. Grant with a big smile on his face. He's just waiting to go. Dave makes his way to center court immediately. Grant fakes that he's jumping through the ridge. Dave wasting a decent amount of time to reach. Nothing there, though. Dave takes the top of the sisters over by the tilted cube again. Grant just waiting to make a move. Can't quite reach out a hand. Slides under the sisters. Gets the tag on Dave. It's looking like a car crash happened under the sisters there. Grant hobbles his way over to the ridge. I believe he's okay. Amos Randau of DTF go in to chase him. Grant moving like nothing even happened just now. Cuts back to himself to the mountain, over to the loading bay. Slides A stumble from Amos. He recovers, though. Grant has a decent amount of distance. Cuts to the high line, over to the loading bay, over to the ridge again, to the front line, and Amos takes a spill, it seems. I think he hit one of the bars over by the ridge. If all of the pink jerseys weren't confusing enough, there seems to be a couple of stumbles. Amos saying he's okay. Being helped up. I don't know the extent of what happened, but it does seem like he just kind of banged into one of the... He might have clipped his head on one of the bars over by the ridge. Back to the game, though. Grant able to secure that evasion, it seems. Again, the quad is very unforgiving. It is just made of metal and wood. It will hurt you if you are not careful enough and not aware enough of where you are at what time. Every athlete here, they were told, you know, play with the utmost safety, keep that in mind. But you can only take that so far. Things happen, so we take the necessary precautions to make sure everybody is safe here. We are currently cleaning up the quad. It does seem like he did nick his head on one of the bars under the ridge. So that platform that we see some of the athletes kind of going around on the outside of the quad there. Might have nicked his head on one of those bars. So we're making sure the quad is cleaned up and that Amos, of course, is okay first and foremost before anything else. Is Amos cut? Yes, I believe when he hit one of those bars, it might have just got him under the hat that he was wearing, and it might have just cut his head ever so slightly, but bodies do bleed, and the head is one of the worst places that does it. It was on the top of his head. He is all smiles. He is talking, so we're just taking the safety precautions, making sure he's perfectly okay. Amos is back up on his feet. We will be moving on shortly here on to the next match. As it stands right now, both teams, or no, I believe Haroon 5 is up 1-0 after that. Grant did get the evasion. The score will reflect that now. Yes, Haroon 5 up 1-0 as we move into chase 3 of 16. We have Dan Van Diesel up on the Chasers play, one of our international players that has traveled here for the Dexterity Chase-Off 4. Grant immediately runs back to the loading bay. Pauses on the mountain, though. Waits for Dan to get to him. Cuts back to the ridge. Dan waiting to make a move. Flushes out Grant to the loading bay again, but Grant, breakneck speed, breaks away. Gets to the sister, ducks underneath. Dan reaches out, no tag is made. Grant able to secure a second evasion against Dan. That is no small feat. Dan is one of the best out there. We now have Dave Hagenboom, originally from UGen, playing on Dudes Tagging Fast today. Grant again starting over by the ridge. Grant just stalling idly. Dave flushes him out pretty nicely. Grant races over to the sister, stops, pauses, looks at Dan in the face. Dan says, I'm going to tag you now. Gets the tag. But Haroon 5 do lead pretty early on here. But anything can happen. Gabriel Torres up on the chaser's plate for Haroon 5. Dave starting over by the ridge. One of the most popular places we've seen today. Gabe blitzes at him immediately, needs to flush him out, chases him, reaches his arm out, gets a tag before Dave can even retreat to the loading bay. Beautiful work there from Gabe. I've seen Gabe train, and I don't understand the stamina that Gabe has. It's like it just never ends. He just goes and goes and goes. Dave reaching out for Carson for a high five. Almost bad, but he got it in the end. Carson up on the chaser's plate for DTF. Gabe evading for Haroon 5. Gabe retreats back to the loading bay. Cuts under the mountain before Carson can spider into it. Vipers through the tilted cube and gets the tag. Gabriel with a leap of joy at the end. Haroon 5 still lead 2-0 as we move into the second half of this match. Radwan in the black jersey for Haroon 5, though, up on the chaser's plate. Carson needs to get points on the board now. Radwan blitzes at him through center court. Completely cuts off half the quad. Carson breaking at speed to the front line. Over to the ridge. It's a foot race now into the corner by the mountain. Radwan reaches his arm out and gets the tag. I think Radwan might have hit pretty hard into the mountain there. There is nothing but a brick wall behind it. Again, all the athletes know this. They've been training on it. A lot of the international quads also have walls kind of lining there, so you do have to be careful when running full speed because the only thing that's there to stop you is a solid wall. By some stroke of absolute insanity, we have Amos back up on the chaser's plate. Hat back on. Ready to chase down Radwan and stop this 2-0 lead as we are in chase 8 of 16. Radwan immediately cuts. Dorito cuts under the mountain over to the tilted cube. Amos just stops, reaches a hand out, and gets the tag. The bang on the head does not seem to have slowed him down in the slightest. He seems poised to put some points on the board for his team. We have Gabriel Torres up on the chaser's plate. Amos looking like he's starting over by the tilted cube in between there and the sisters. Amos climbing up on top of the sisters, what we've seen Gavin do multiple times now. Gabe flushing him out pretty nicely. Up in the open field by the front line. Gabe reaches a hand out and gets a tag on Amos. Amos making sure he ducked his head down that time, make sure no contact was made on the ridge. He ensured the audience said, don't worry, guys, I'm not going to do it again. And Haroon 5 still with a pretty good lead right now, 2-0. As we have Dan Van Diesel up on the chaser's plate. Gabe starting over by the ridge. Gonna wait for Dan to make a move. Dan flushes him out over to the loading bay, reaches a hand out, and gets the tag. When you're rounding the corners on this quad, there are two different strategies you have. You either use the bar to try to propel yourself towards your evader, or you try to swoop your hand in to kind of reach behind the bar and kind of cut them off. It creates a really awkward angle for them to try to dodge that hand. Dan showing it perfectly there. Although it's kind of hard to see on the stream from this angle, that is what Dan did as he starts over by the ridge. Grant tasked with chasing him down right now. doing a really good job trying to keep this lead. Dan races over to the sisters, cuts back under himself, back to the sisters until the cube, and Grant descends on him and grabs him, giving him a hug almost. We have Dave Hagenboom, again, originally of Eugen, on DTF, dudes tagging fast in the pink jersey. I know it's confusing, but that's what we got going on right now. Grant, big smile on his face over by the ridge. It's either a smile or it's exhaustion. Grant starts by the ridge and retreats to the loading bay up on the mountain, as we've seen a couple times now. Dave not close enough to make a tag. Grant cuts back on himself over by the ridge, wraps around the bridge there, and it works. Up on the mountain, reverse high line, but Dave hot on his heels. Stops again over by the front line. Dave comes down on the sisters and tags Grant. Grant pauses for a second, but I think everybody's okay. Maybe just taking a second to reflect on what just happened. Gives a thumbs up to Dave. Dave gives his thumbs up back. Everybody seems to be okay. It's a lot of bodies being hurled at each other here, but Haroon 5 still lead 2-0. We have Gabe chasing down Dave now. Dave goes under the mountain, wraps around to the ridge, pauses slightly. Gabe flushes him out immediately. Goes to chase him to the mountain. Dave not quick enough and gets tagged by Gabriel Torres. We now move on to match point for Haroon 5. If Gabe gets an evasion, they will win. If Dan gets a tag, he will then have to evade to even try to stay in this match. Gabriel starting over by the ridge again. Dan knows he has to flush him out. Gabe will stay here all day if he needs to. Dan flushes him out, tries to get away, but gets a hand on him. Dan now needs to get evasions back to back. It is still a match point for Haroon 5. If Grant can get a tag, they win. Dan starting over by the ridge. Grant immediately rushing to the ridge, flushes him out immediately, gets over to the loading bay. Spiders in, gets stuck a little bit. Dan gets over to the tilted cube, cuts back under the mountain. Pauses again, back under the mountain, doing a lot of work in that back line there. Cuts to the sisters. Grant staying just above him. It's a foot race on the front line, but Dan keeping a lot of distance on him. Just keeping him guessing the entire time and able to get the evasion. Grant almost collapsing from being too tired. It is now up to Dan to tie it up. If he ties it up, we force a sudden death in chase 16, but Gabriel Torres is not an easy person to get away from. Dan starting in center court. Immediately cuts to the tilted cube. Gabe pauses ever so slightly. Knows he has time to work with. Slides under the mountain. Reaches out. No tag is made, though. Dan gets over by the ridge. Cuts back to the loading bay. Gabe just cuts down the distance and wraps around and gets the tag, which will secure the win for Haroon 5, 2-1. We will move on to our next match, which will be Second State Squonks and Dexterity Depot's away team. And then we will have a short intermission. I'm joined here right now by Sam.
What's up, people?
From Eugen. Sam, come a little bit closer. We have one of Roland's cameras here.
I don't think they can see me.
We don't have a camera for the live stream, but we have cameras for Roland's content that we're making through this.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, Sam, let us know. How you think this is going so far?
Okay, so I kind of underestimated some people.
Okay.
I asked around yesterday in the open training, like how people are feeling, and nobody's injured, so I thought it was going to be a fluent game.
Okay.
But people are on their A game.
Yeah.
It's going tense, it's going hard. I'm normally a rhythm player, and I feel like I need to depend a bit more on my speed right now instead of just rhythm and playing with people's foot placement.
Yep.
So yeah, it's good. It's good.
Now, Sam, I got a question to ask you. You seem to be asking the other team or the audience if somebody is fast that is about to chase you. Has that worked out for you so far?
Yeah, a little bit. It's
Okay.
because I play the game, but
Yeah.
I don't really watch the game.
Gotcha.
It's because I'm broke. I don't have the €1.50 for the membership, So I'm not allowed to watch all the videos. So I just train mostly with Dan, who you just saw, and
Yep.
Dave. And they're fast people, but they're also really good in rhythm. So I just need to hear from some people if they are rhythm players, dive players, or fast players, and then I know what I need to do, or I try to do what I know best.
Gotcha. All right, Sam. Well, hopefully we see you more out there on the quad
I hope so. I hope
and
so.
see you getting some evasions out there too.
I'm
Oh yeah,
gonna
that was
try, man.
Sam from UGen playing in Dexterity Depot's Chase Off 4's Open Division this year. We now move on to our last match, not of the day, just before our little break that we're going to have, give the athletes a little bit of time to rest. We have Dexterity Depot's away team and Second State Squonks. We have a start over by the ridge by Squonks, cuts back to the loading bay. Adrian Luis making short work of the quad, reaches out. No tag is made, though. A lot of distance is made here, though. Over to the tilted cube, a reach, and I don't think a tag was made. And it seems like the evasion is going to be given to the Squonks. Roland immediately darting. Roland immediately darting at Caden there. Under the mountain, getting the quick tag. Roland starting over by the ridge. Immediately gets flushed out, takes the center court, jumps into the tilted cube, wraps under the sisters, breakneck speed on the front line, jukes back on himself, gets back over the sisters, the double speed vault, just making short work of the perimeter of this quad, not letting any distance be closed, but it has just been a 20-second sprint the entire way through. Roland able to tie it up right now, 1-1. Second State Squonks, a local team that have trained on the Dexterity Depot quad quite a bit with the team. So they are no slouches to competition here. Roland immediately running to the front line, does a lot of work there. The double speed vault again over the sisters. Cuts through the mountain to the loading bay. Again, just wraps around to the ridge. Running the perimeter. It takes a lot out of you, but it's working for Roland. Takes half of the high line, but cuts back to the sisters again. He's just doing laps around the outside of the quad. Nothing too crazy. He's just sticking to what he knows and hoping his speed and stamina can carry him through this. Putting the Dexterity Depot away team up 2-1 already. We have Canute Armstrong up on the chaser's plate. The two dap up. But Canute knows he wants to get this tag. Roland starting over by the ridge. Just jogging, I think, already knew. I got a point. I'm just going to give it up here. We now have Gavin up on the chaser's plate. Again, one of our international players here. Canute starting over by the ridge. Gavin flushes him out immediately, takes a dive and just tags him in seconds. Less than 4 seconds, I believe. Gavin starting in a very interesting spot, just kind of right on the front line here. Let's see what he has in plan here. Immediately retreats right to the sisters, over to the tilted cube. Just the speed that he gets there with is intense, but he's not able to get away from the arm of Squonks there. I know Squonks' mascot is somewhere in this building. I see the players holding him, actually. He's there. Dexterity Depot's away team right now lead 2-1. The away team in the green jerseys, second state Squonks in the purple. We have Evan Clack evading and Elias Poe chasing him down. Evan runs to the ridge, cuts back on himself, back through center court. Elias just waiting for a time to strike right now, stays above him. Evan moving his legs back and forth, and Elias able to reach down and secure the tag. Beautiful work there. We have Caden back up on the Chaser's plate for the Squonks. Elias for Dexterity Depot's away team, starting by the ridge. Cuts back to the loading bay, but a quick tag is made there by Caden. And Caden just takes his place right by the ridge. It's like they're just switching spots right now from both sides. We have Adrian up on the Chaser's plate. Score remains 2-1 into the 10th chase. Caden stalls at the ridge for a little bit. Adrian flushes him out. Some considerable distance made. Caden wraps around the tilted cube under the sisters. Stumbles just a little bit. Adrian reaches out again, not able to make the tag. Caden wraps around over the sisters again through the mountain by the loading bay. Tries to get away. Adrian goes to make a tag. I don't think one was made. Or a tag was made. Adrian is just fixing his pads on his legs, it seems. The tag was made, though, from Dexterity's away team. We have Tristan Miller up, chasing. Cuts through the center court. Adrian under the sister. Stumbles a little bit into the corner of the lazy boy. Tristan able to capitalize on it. Closes the distance. Gets the tag over in the front line. Tristan just reaching that arm out for the entire center court, but gets the tag. We now have Gavin back up with a little bit of a roar. Tristan says hello. Gavin actually waves back. I think it was the first one of today. Tristan starting over by the ridge. Gavin up on the Chaser's plate. Tristan makes his way over to the center, but goes back to the ridge. Takes the front line. Gavin just hot on his heels, not letting him even get an inch. We now have Austin up on the Chaser's plate. Gavin in that familiar position that we saw earlier. Up on the sisters. He does a lot of work here. Dex still lead 2-1, though. Gavin retreats to the tilted cube. Austin gets up on top, not letting Gavin get too far away. Gavin creates a decent amount of distance, though. And now it's a foot race on the front line. Can Austin catch up? Takes the high line right behind him. Gavin retreats under the mountain, stops, spins, stares at Austin, but Austin's closing the distance and runs out of the quad and counts as the evasion to Gavin. When you are running at that speed, it is hard to stop. If you think you're going to get the tag and they just get away from you, it's hard to stop your momentum there. Dexterity able to now take that lead to 3-1 as Canute comes in to chase. Gavin starting on the sisters again. Immediately goes around the front of the tilted cube. Keeps Canute guessing. Canute gets up on top. Tries to lay a trap for him. Get him where he wants him. He gets a lot closer, but Gavin gets away. Able to create some distance over to the ridge. He'll wait here as long as he needs to. Canute slams onto the platform. Doesn't phase Gavin. Gavin looks up at the time. And again, as you look up at the time, you don't look at your opponent. And Canute slid straight through the loading bay and secured the tag. We move on to match point for Dexterity's away team. Canute needs to get 2 consecutive evasions to force a sudden death. Canute moving over to the sisters. Roland Hannigan tasked for hunting him down. Goes through the mountain. Roland reaches out and secures the tag. which means Dexterity Depot's away team will take the win there 3-1. Amazing work from both teams. That rounds out the first 10 matches of today. I believe we're going to have a bit of an intermission between the first 10 matches and the second. So we will see you guys very soon. Stay with us as the stream will still be going. Hang out in the chat. Let us know who you want to see or what matches have been the most exciting so far here at Dexterity Depot's Chase Off 4. And welcome back to Dexterity Depot. Chase off 4. This is the open division. We just finished our first leg of matches. We're going to be moving on to the second leg, which again is 10 matches. A lot of action that we got going on right now, and a lot more chaos is definitely going to follow suit. To start off this second leg of the day, we have Nimbus against Nyx. Nyx, the Atlanta team, with their quad. Nimbus, just kind of everywhere, honestly. But both teams comprised of Nyx with Matt Hall, Dara DePaulo, Bennett, Michael, Nick, and Ethan. And then we have Nimbus with Fank, Logan, and Elijah. I'll answer some of the questions that we have. Did Kai's face get hurt? Kai did run, I think, directly into the ridge, took one of the bars or something directly to the middle of his face. He has been icing it. He is okay, though. We're back, says Michelle. We're so back. We're immediately going into the next match. Nimbus with Logan up on the Chaser's plate. Nyx with Matthew Hall evading. Matthew starting at center court, immediately retreats to the tilted cube. Logan trying to flush him out as quick as possible. Matthew just barreling over the sisters and the front line. Makes his way all the way back to the loading bay. And Logan chasing him down, diving through the loading bay and getting the tag. Just a quick-paced first chase to open this matchup. Again, if you are watching the live stream on YouTube, let us know who you are excited to see face off. We have Nick Amblo up on the Chaser's plate. Logan starting on the outside of the quad, a little precarious of a position. Logan watching Nick just get closer. Nick immediately gets through the ridge. Bit of a stumble on both sides there. Logan racing towards the front line, stopping himself and doubling back again. Nick staying real close, reaching out. Nobody there. Logan makes his way over to the tilted cube, dodges back and forth, keeping Nick at arm's length, but Nick able to secure the tag. Hat falls off again. When will he just give up on the hat? Only time will tell. We now have Frank up on the Chaser's plate. Nick looks like he's going to start over by the ridge as well. Nick just ducking under the ridge, forcing Frank to make a move. Frank staying on top of the high line, reaches through the lazy boy, gets the tag. Nick up on the corner, and Frank holding him, embracing him in the tag. Frank, I believe, the longest standing chase tag athlete, as he had even competed before chase tag 4 for the American team, the Boys. Frank starting through the mountain, a very interesting start. Gets himself up and over, dodges the hand, gets over to the loading bay and races around to the ridge, but cuts back and triples back on himself again. Stops in the front line, but the front line yet again claims another soul. Another embrace into Frank's arms. We have Ethan evading and Elijah up on the Chaser's plate. Ethan starting over by the ridge. Cuts back to center court, gets over to the sisters. Elijah following in suit, real close, grabs the shirt for a very convincing tag. Elijah in the purple and pink, but playing for Nimbus, who has a mix of colors, not one colored jersey. Now we have Bennett up on the Chaser's plate in the green jersey. Does say Nyx on it. Elijah starting very similar to Logan over on the ridge and immediately cuts to and around the mountain. Gets to the loading bay. Darts to the sister, stops himself though, and then breaks past it again. Doubles back to the tilted cube. Bennett chasing really close. Elijah with a nice little spin through the mountain. Gets to the front line, uses the starter plate as we've seen before. running circles around the quad and able to secure another evasion for himself here. First of the match, but not the first of Elijah's in his career. We have Michael Frazier up on the chaser's plate. Again, last time we saw Michael on the quad, he was just kind of bounding over things like they weren't even there. Elijah starting in the back over by the loading bay. Nimbus do lead 1-0. Elijah up on top of the mountain, but pauses, cuts back on himself over to the loading bay, stops again. Nice little friendly hug as a tag. Michael making short work of that chase. And we have Frank back up on the chaser's plate. Nimbus, definitely one of the teams that may experience fatigue pretty quickly as they only have 3 members. We've talked about it before. Let's see how they can manage it. Nyx, one of the more stacked teams with a full roster. Michael starting over by the ridge and immediately cuts away over on top of the mountain. Bit of a stumble from Frank, but he stumbles out of the quad, which means Michael gets a pretty quick evasion there. Best case scenario to tie up the game. Frank went into it with just a little bit too much, not able to stop himself before stepping out. Good sportsmanship to call himself out there. We have Logan Piner up on the chaser's plate. Michael looking like he's going to start over by the ridge. I wonder if we're going to see him cut again to the top of the mountain. Logan immediately flushes him out of the ridge. Michael cuts to the loading bay. Just gets trapped, though. And when Logan dives through the loading bay, there's not much room to work with. We have Matthew Hall up on the chaser's plate. Logan again starting in a very familiar position. Not up high, but around the back of the ridge. Game is tied up 1-1 in the 10th chase. Matthew immediately tries to flush Logan out. Logan stumbles just a little bit over by the loading bay. You can't let Matthew play his game here. Logan escapes to the top of the mountain to reach, but nobody's home. Logan does the reverse Highlander to the sisters, backtracks himself, but finds himself tagged by Matthew Hall in the corner. Matthew just staying on him at all times. We now have Elijah up on the chaser's plate. Try to get his team back in the lead here. A little wave exchange from both of them. Elijah just looks like he's hanging out before the start. Matthew starts over by the tilted cube. Waits idly by as Elijah closes the gap. Elijah vipers in, reaches out, says he got a hand, but the match is still going to go on. Reaches down. Matthew goes right between his legs, and we're over back by the tilted cube. Elijah waits, idle by. Matt rushes to the front line, cuts back on himself again, reaches, says he got the hand on the bar. Looks like we're going to go to a DTR. I don't know if a camera is going to catch that. Elijah says he felt the hand on the bar. It is going to be pretty hard to see this in a DTR, though. We'll see what the camera's caught. Hand tags are one of the hardest things to feel, especially in the heat of the moment. Even if it's just a finger. If you're an evader and somebody tags your hand, most of the time you don't feel it, unless like they grab it and hold on to you. Right now we have gym owner Tim Dexter and some of the camera operators looking. We're about to get our official call, and it was an evasion. The DTR does not show the hand tag. It is so hard to see. Again, if you leave it up to the referees with the cameras, you are now subject to whatever they see. It has to be obvious enough. But that means Nyx now leads 2-1. Frank up on the chaser's plate. Matthew evading for Nyx. Matthew starts over by the loading bay. Jukes like he's going to go into the mountain, but doesn't. Frank getting closer. Now it's a sprint on the front line. Frank hop-ups on the front line, gets over to the tilted cube, and absolutely spears Matthew through the tilted cube. Incredible speed that he darted through the bottom of those bars. Nick Amblo now tasked with the job of tagging Frank. Frank needs to tie up this match. We are at chase 13 of 16. Nick still lead 2-1. Frank starts over by the ridge, cuts immediately to center court, but wraps around to the mountain, gets to center court. Nick reaches out a hand. There hasn't been a chase yet where that hat hasn't fallen off. I'll keep track of it. Nick gets the tag pretty quick, goes over to the ridge for a starting point. Logan Piner up on the chaser's plate. Nick gonna retreat over to the loading bay, cuts through the mountain, cuts back on himself to the mountain again, pauses at the loading bay, and doubles back again. Logan, though, reaches that long arm out and tags his legs. Beautiful work there from Logan. Never really let Nick get too much distance where he felt comfortable. Had Nick guessing left and right, which allowed him to just lay a trap, get a little bit closer, secure the tag. We have Michael Frazier from Nick's up on the chaser's plate now. Logan again, not starting up high, as we've seen before. Over by the tilted cube, but immediately does a very interesting cut around the tilted cube, but Michael cuts the distance down and gets the tag as Logan retreats to the sisters. And that is match point. Nyx takes home the win there against Nimbus. And we move on to the next match, which will be Kalidus & Co. against Wall of Bees.
I know, hold on. You want the whole thing?
All right, we move on to the rock, paper, scissors of Wall of Bees and Kalidus & Co. And it's looking like Wall of Bees wins the rock, paper, scissors. Kai drops to his knees, says, I can win a World Chase Tag Championship, but I can't win the rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you got to do a trade-off there. Wall of Bees puts in Ian Monaghan. Kalidus & Co. puts in Danny Brower. Ian starting over by the ridge. Waits idly by for Danny to make a move. Jukes back and forth. Danny reaches through the ridge and gets a very quick tag. Beautifully done there by Danny. Sometimes that dance that you do back and forth, just waiting for somebody to make a move, you don't realize it, but the chaser is just inching closer and closer to you until it's too late. We have John Bildner up on the chaser's plate. Danny evading for Kalidus & Co. Retreats to the mountain. Runs up into the tilted cube. Waits just by, goes back under the mountain over to the loading bay. Gets over to the front line, constantly keeping eyes on the chaser. Beautifully done. The beautiful double speed over the sisters, gets back to the tilted cube and cuts back on himself to get an evasion on the board for Kalidus & Co., allowing them to go up 1-0 early on in this match. Wall of Bees puts in Zeke. If there's anything more terrifying than a Wall of Bees, it's Zeke on the chaser's plate. Danny starting over by the tilted cube. Zeke immediately going to center court. Tries to flush him out quickly. Danny gets under the mountain. Zeke just trailing behind, reaches up, and I believe gets the tag. Danny throws up a thumbs up, says, yeah, you got it. Good sportsmanship there. As Kalidus and Co. still lead 1-0. The display is not reflecting that right now. It will update shortly. Sam asking Zeke if he's good. Sam on the chaser's plate. Zeke starting over by the tilted cube. Zeke makes his way over to the opening of the mountain, but cuts back to the tilted cube. Comes up and over the sisters. A little bit of a stumble. Sam closing the distance. It's a foot race behind him, and he grabs his hand over by the tilted cube. Beautiful work there by Sam. Didn't expend too much energy, knowing he was close enough to just tag the hand, and he did it. Wall of Bees throws in Ian Monaghan again. Sam with a point over to this table. Maybe we're about to see something incredible happen. Sam starting over by the ridge, waiting for Ian to make a move, retreats over to the loading bay, up the mountain, into the tilted cube. He makes his way, doubles back on the sisters and pauses slightly. Ian falls for the trap. Sam makes his way back over to the ridge, racing on the front line. Bit of a stumble from Ian, trailing behind Sam now, and a lot of time is passing. Sam with a beautiful evasion there. Kept his eyes on Ian at all times, never really let him get too close, and kept a lot of obstacles in between them. Wall of Bees puts in Devin Straley on the chaser's plate. Sam asking him if you're good. Devin with a simple nod. Sam starts over by the ridge again. Devin, one of the smartest players I've ever faced in chase tag, runs into one of the bars as Sam does the reverse high line. Sam doubles back on the sisters. Devin, though, unfazed. A little bit of a stumble in the tilted cube. Tries to close the distance, runs in the front line. Devin in just a flat-out sprint, but not able to catch up to Sam. I think that stumble on that bar of the tilted cube might have done him in there. Sam able to secure another evasion for Kalidus and Co. They're up right now, 3-0. The display right now is a bit bugged. We'll fix that when we can. Sam starting directly in front of Zeke. Zeke gets, I think, world record for the quickest tag. That's something for the record books right there. Zeke now up for an evasion. It is a good strategy. If you know you have a well enough lead, do you just keep going and tire yourself out? Or do you let them tag you and let, one of your other fresher teammates go in? Kai Baldwin is that fresher teammate as he is tasked to hunt down Zeke, making short work of the tilted cube. But Zeke just absolutely blazing past the obstacles. Running to center court. I think he thought Kai was a little bit further away, but Kai was just kind of looking at him while he was above him, saying, I'm going to tag you now. Obviously in an Australian accent that I will not do. Beautiful work from Kai. Devin back up on the chaser's plate. Kai starting over by the tilted cube. Kai letting Devin just make his way towards him. Devin jumps into the tilted cube. Kai retreats over to the lazy boy. Juke and Devin in the front line. It is a reach, but no contact is made on Devin's part. Good recovery, though. Kai on top of the mountain, putting Devin in these very interesting positions. Kai juking back under the sisters tilted cube. And another evasion for Kalidus and Co. Putting them up 4-0 as we move into Chase 10. Kalidus and Co have a very strong lead. Ian up on the chaser's plate in the black and gold of Apex Moon, but this is Wall of Bees, something more sinister. Kai starting over by the ridge, watching Ian just get close, and then retreats over to the loading bay. Fakes up the mountain. A reach was out, but I don't think any contact was made. Kai just watches Ian, bides his time, gets under the mountain again, but Ian reaches out that arm and slides under the mountain and secures the tag. Kalidus and Co. throw up Amy as she gets an applause from the audience. She is tasked with keeping this lead, not letting Wall of Bees get a point on the board. Ian waits for Amy at the ridge, cuts to center court, wraps around the sisters, gets to the front line. Amy staying just above him, waiting for a strike. Ian not keeping eyes, though, on Amy, and Amy cuts him off using the center court and gets the tag by the mountain. Amazing work done there. Wall of Bees throws in John Bildner. This is now match point for Kalidus & Co. If Amy gets an evasion, they win. John will need to get a tag and then get 4 evasions to tie it up. Amy breaks away, does a Dorito cut under the mountain, stops at the tilted cube, waits for John. John gets a little tangled up at the tilted cube. Amy just waiting under the sisters. Cuts back, runs through the front line, stops at the ridge. Juking, moving legs back and forth, just keeping John guessing. John not able to close the distance. And Amy getting another point for Kalidus & Co. And that will be the match. Kalidus & Co. lead that match 5-0. We move on to our next match. Dexterity Depot's away team against Dudes Tagging Fast. Dudes Tagging Fast again, consisting of Dan Van Diesel, our international athlete that has come over for the competition, Carson Palmer, Amos Randau, and Dave Hagenboom from UGen, another international transfer. Just for this competition, keep it a little interesting. Against Dexterity's away team, Roland Hannigan, Elias Poe, Gabin, and Adrian Luis. DTF won the rock, paper, scissors, and they choose to evade. We will see who Dexterity's away team is going to throw in on the Chasers plate first. It's looking like Dexterity is going to put in Gabin up on the Chasers plate. A roar as he's ready. Carson as the evader starting over by the ridge. Carson immediately retreats over to the loading bay. Gabin just cutting right through the top. Carson doing the reverse highline. Gabin staying very close to him, though. Very quick speed from both athletes here. Gabin staying very close. A bit of a slip from Carson. Some hand play. Carson slaps his hand away, but it is a tag in the end. Amazing work. Gabin staying hot on his heels the whole time. DTF throw in Dan Van Diesel. These two competitors have been in a competition recently together. Gabin starting on the sisters. Dan closing in close. Gabin immediately breaks through to the front line over to the ridge. Cuts to the loading bay. Very quick pace. Dan trying to get closer, trying to set up a spider. Gabin immediately wraps around the tilted cube, but in a straightaway. Dan is the quicker athlete there. Now, this is a match I've been wanting to see. Roland Hannigan against Dan Van Diesel. Dan looks like he's going to take a page out of Gabin's book, possibly. Start on the sisters, maybe. Or he's going to start by the sisters. Dan cuts back to the tilted cube. Allows Roland to get a little bit closer, but he cuts through to the front line. Dan breakneck speed around the ridge, around the loading bay, and back to the tilted cube like nothing's even there. Roland falling into the trap of just trailing behind him, but he catches up on the front line as he descends down and gets the tag. Roland was falling into the trap of just making it a sprint, and then it really just comes down to who's quickest. but he was able to cut through center court, get on the front line, and get the tag. We have Carson Palmer up on the Chaser's plate. Roland starts over by the Ridge. Roland waits for Carson to make a move. Carson flushes Roland out. Roland does the beautiful work, just moving his legs in the front line. Cuts back again to the front line. Over to the Lazy Boy. It does a lot of work on the front line, but it claims another one as he gets tagged there. Carson did a beautiful job, not really letting Roland play his game of juking back and forth in the front line, and was able to use that to his advantage and get the tag. Dexterity Depot's away team in the green jerseys, throwing in Elias Poe. The match remains 0-0 as we go into chase 5 of 16. Carson starting over by the Ridge, a fan favorite of everybody's right now. Ducks underneath, goes to the loading bay. Runs to the top of the mountain. Elias keeping eyes on him. Getting real close, but Carson able to get away again. Looks back, maybe at the wrong time. Elias swipes, nobody's there. A little bit of a stumble on center court, but he doesn't stop, reaches out again. Nothing is made, and I believe Carson got away without a tag happening, putting DTF Dudes Tagging Fast up 1-0. Beautiful work by both competitors there. Elias just not able to close the distance enough, and Carson showing the amount of speed that he has. But will it be enough against Gavin as he readies on the Chaser's plate? Carson again starts over by the Ridge. Gavin flushes him out immediately and just chases him down. Less than 4-second tag there. Beautiful work. And again, we have Gavin and Dan Van Diesel. If they weren't familiar before this competition, they're going to be familiar after this competition. Gavin starting over by the Ridge. Maybe the sisters didn't work how we wanted before. Dan launches himself off the Chaser's plate. Gets the hand tag on Gavin by the Ridge. Gavin using it to bounce back and forth. But again, sometimes you just don't think it's there, and it's there for a little too long. Beautiful work by Dan there. Very aware of the surrounding and able to get the very quick tag. Roland Hannigan. Could he be the answer to Dan? Dan starting over by the Ridge. Roland flushes him out quickly, but Dan wraps around the loading bay. Pauses on top of the mountain. Gets into the tilted cube. Wraps to the sisters. Keeps Roland guessing. Roland drops down again, chasing. Dives through the Ridge, but nobody's home. Dan, absolute breakneck speed around the sisters. Roland only gets one more chance. Doesn't quite get there. Dan, a convincing evasion there, putting DTF up 2-0 as we move into chase 9 of 16. Gavin back up on the Chaser's plate to get his revenge on Dan. Dan starting over by the Ridge. Gavin flushes him out very quick. Over to the loading bay. It's back and forth. Gavin reaches a hand out and secures the tag. Dan not able to get away quick enough under the mountain there. Such quick back and forth from everybody. We now have Dave Hagenboom up on the Chaser's plate. Gavin starting over by the sisters, waiting for Dave to get close. Dave climbs up on top of the sisters. The trap work for Gavin. He works his way in the center court, front line. Jukes back and forth. Dave reaches down and I think touched Gavin's hair. Gavin with his hands up in the air, like, how did this happen? Great quick tag from Dave. Keeping that lead right now, 2-0. We're already in the second half. We have Adrian from Dexterity's away team up on the Chaser's plate. Dave starting over by the Ridge. Dave waits for Adrian to get closer. Adrian flushes him out. A dive, but no tag. Dave makes his way over to the tilted cube. Waits for a second, moves under the mountain. Gets over back to the Ridge where he started. And he's just making very short work of all the obstacles. Bouncing back and forth. Great work from Dave there. Didn't let Adrian get close to him. And that puts DTF in a commanding lead and match point up 3-0. Elias Poe, a mountain to climb right now. He's got to tag Dave and then evade 3 consecutive times to put it into sudden death. Dave starts over by the ridge, a dive over the ridge, and a beautiful tag, I believe, on the hand of Dave that was holding on. Amazing work and an unexpected tag. Those type of things work there. We have Amos Randall back up on the quad. Elias Poe seeing where he wants to start. Looks like he's going to start in between the ridge and the loading bay. Amos up on top of the ridge, going to flush him out immediately. Elias takes to the front line. Stops at the sisters, reaches, but no tag is made. Amos wrapping back around to the ridge, drops down to the loading bay. Tries to stop Elias from getting any distance. Gets away from him. And I believe the evasion is going to be given. No tag over by the ridge. Elias gets a point up on the board, but yet again, it is quite the hill to climb. He needs a hat trick to force a sudden death. Carson Palmer wants to stop that from happening. Can Elias make it work here? Carson immediately flushes Elias out, but Elias doubles back to the ridge. Carson has to do something about all the time being wasted, and he does. Reaches a hand out and tags Elias. DTF will win 3-1. That one's full. Like it's full. Yeah, it can be used. This one should be good. Our next match that we're going to be waiting for is 215 against Second State Squonks. Local team. Second State Squonks, again, a local team for Dexterity Depot here. Train with the main teams on the off-season and on the on-season. Incredible progress shown from all the athletes recently. They're only getting stronger as the competitions go on, and they're definitely showing out here. They need to make something work. They did lose against Haroon 5 early on, but they do have 2 more matches, 2-1-5, and then later on they have to face DTF. These are some of the toughest teams to go against in America right now. Second State Squonks mascot making an appearance. It looks like we're going to have Canute up evading first. Let's see who 215 throw out to chase. Canute looks like he's going to start over by the ridge, and Liam McKay is going to be tasked with chasing him down as we open up this match. Liam playing the bongos on the starter plate as per usual. Canute retreats to the Dorito cut under the mountain, gets to the tilted cube, jumps up on the sisters, wraps around to the front line, but doubles back on himself under the sisters. Liam just staying above him and using the sisters to send down and get the tag. Beautiful work there from Liam.
That's how a squonk does it.
If you were able to hear that, that's how Canute says, that's how a squonk does it. We now have Austin up on the chaser's plate to stop 215 from getting any points. Liam immediately goes to center court. Austin, oh my goodness, just speeds through center court and secures the tag. Center court is one of the hardest places. There's no obstacles in between that. And if you are just trying to sprint away from your chaser, it really won't end well. But we have Isaiah from 215 up on the chaser's plate. Let's see how Austin responds to it. Score remains 0-0. Austin starts at center court. Isaiah just reaches his hand out, a shake of the head from Austin, saying, I don't think I should have been there that long. And Isaiah doing what he does best, getting tags pretty quickly from anywhere on the quad. We have Tristan Miller up on the chaser's plate. See if they exchange a hello. I know what normally happens. There you go. He said, what's up, dude? Isaiah starting over by the ridge. Tristan running the outside line, which I love to see. Flushes him out a different way, but Isaiah bounding over to the tilted cube in the front line. Makes his way back over to the ridge again. Tristan falling into the trap of just chasing behind him. Isaiah keeping good amount of distance. Gets through, jukes back under the mountain. Beautiful work from Isaiah. Getting 2-1-5 with a point on the board. Saw that Tristan was jumping into the loading bay, and the moment his feet were in the air, Isaiah knew that was the time to cut back. And it worked out perfect for him. Evan Clack up on the chaser's plate with a very fine handlebar mustache, I must say. Will it be enough to tag Isaiah as he starts by the ridge? Wraps around to the front line, but Evan staying very close behind him. Isaiah goes to get back to the sisters, but a hand comes out and the tag is made. 2-1-5, though, do lead right now, 1-0 as we go into chase 6. Marquise up on the chaser's plate. Evan looks like he's going to be starting over by the ridge. Quick fix of the hat. This one doesn't fall off like Nick Amblo's. We got to talk to him about that one. Evan immediately retreats to under the mountain. Marquise hunting him down. Over to the sisters. Races on the front line. Marquise up on top, though, and does a beautiful job cutting through center court and just cutting down the distance. Getting the tag. Can Marquise keep this lead for 2-1-5 and extend it a little bit further? We have Caden up on the chaser's plate. His second state Squonks, again in the purple jerseys. 2-1-5 in the black and red. Squonks trying to convince Marquise to close his eyes. Marquise says, not today. Marquise under the sisters, keeping Caden guessing. Caden diving under the mountain, getting real close, but no tag is made. Marquise doing a beautiful job, just keeping Caden in his vision as he goes through the mountain again over to the loading bay, and it's just a tailing match. Caden cuts around the center court, but it was too late at that point. If you chase Marquise for too long, you're going to gas out, and you're not going to catch him. Marquise extends the lead for 2-1-5 up 2-0. 2-1-5, another team only operating off of 4 members, possibly 3. We haven't seen Jose in after his bit of an injury. We don't know the extent of that, but we have Canute up on the chaser's plate. Marquise starts over by the ridge, wraps around to the front line, stomps off the boards. Beautiful double speed as they approach the tilted cube. A little bit of a slip from Marquise. Canute reaches through, capitalizes on the stumble, and gets the tag. 2-1-5, though, still lead 2-0. I eat my words as Jose is now up on the chaser's plate. 2-1-5 is operating. I can't say at full capacity, but it's full capacity for them at 4 players. Canute starts over by the ridge. You see Jose kind of holding his arm and doesn't really want to move it too much. Getting closer, getting closer. Canute's talking to him, trapping him by the loading bay, and Jose is able to get the tag. They were playing happy feet with each other over by the loading bay. We have Austin of Squonks up on the chaser's plate. Again, we don't know the extent of the injury that Jose has. I think he's just trying to play it safe, not moving the arm too much. But only time will tell. Quickly moves back and forth from ridge to loading bay. Austin gets through the mountain, no problem. Juking Austin back and forth by a tilted cube. Gets under the sisters and wraps to the front line. He ends up back at the ridge, double backs on himself, but Austin, hot on his heels, gets the tag. 2-1-5 still has this lead for 2-0. Squonks getting in that danger zone. It's getting really close. No points on the board. Liam McKay up on the chaser's plate, though. Playing the bongos on the starter plate, Liam immediately tries to flush Austin out of the ridge. Descends down on top of him. Beautiful work. Liam does an amazing job getting on top of the ridge and wrapping around the back to force you to the front line, which is where you don't want to be. He does it perfectly every time. Tristan Miller with a hello to Liam. Liam just smiles back. Kind of cold, Liam. Liam starts over by the ridge. Playing peekaboo with Tristan, it seems. Tristan flushes him out of the ridge. Liam immediately taking the reverse high line, but Tristan following suit behind it. High level of skill there. Liam doubles back on himself over to the sisters, strides across the sister, bars. Tristan reaches out, and the tag is made. Amazing high octane just chases right now. But when 215 need him, Tristan says, oh no, as he sees Isaiah up on the chaser's plate. Tristan making light conversation with Isaiah, saying he wanted to chase him, not be chased by him, which I fully agree with. Tristan walks like he's going to go to center court, but retreats back to the ridge. And Isaiah, again, before he even goes anywhere near the ground, he can just tag you very easily. And that puts 215 in match point. If Isaiah gets a tag, 215 will win. Evan needs to get a tag and then get back-to-back evasions to force a sudden death. Isaiah doing some Naruto hand signs, possibly giving himself some speed. Starts over by the ridge. Evan flushes him out quickly. Isaiah under the Dorito cup and clips his leg. Keeps a decent amount of distance, though. Evan takes center court control, which is very smart. Isaiah doubles back on himself over to the tilted cube, keeping Evan moving. Evan with a bit of a slip up. Isaiah gets away, and it looks like the evasion is going to be given. 215 with a dominant win, 4-0 over the Squonks. Our next match is going to be between Kalidus & Co. and Nimbus. How's everybody doing in the YouTube stream right now? Let us know who you are excited to see. Again, I am your host for today and commentator for this weekend, Jake Migliorato, former captain of GNF at World Chase Tag in the past. Watching this absolute insanity continue. You always leave these competitions thinking the bar can never get raised higher, but then it just goes to the moon and you got to somehow find your way up there. And the skill level rises along with it. We got Let's Go CNC, Kalidus & Co. Fan favorite team right now as they face Nimbus, some veterans in the sport as well. Some people in the chat, we got some people saying Jake is Unk status. Right now, I'm just a floating voice. I'm not even there. Age is but a construct. Kalidus & Co. lose the rock, paper, scissors to Nimbus. Nimbus will be evading first. I wonder if we will see a Logan Piner classic start on top of an obstacle. He's over by the lazy boy. And it looks like he's climbing to the top. Nimbus flying high. We have Danny up on the chaser's plate, donning the black and orange jersey, but playing for Kalidus & Co. Logan immediately doing the high line. Danny staying very close behind him, though. Reaching out, no tag made. Logan retreats to the front line. Danny close behind him. The dive from Logan as an evader is insane. But if there's anybody to do it, it is him. Danny looking at Frank saying, not you, please. Frank, nothing but smiles on the chaser's plate. Danny starting over by the ridge. Trying to stall, but Frank flushes him out. Danny gets over to the tilted cube. Frank, though, racing behind him, trying to look for a spot to get him. The double back on the front line from Danny is brilliant, keeping Frank guessing. The stop of the sisters, though, might have been too much and spelled disaster. Frank able to get the tag. We now have Sam up on the chaser's plate. International favorite, originally from UGen. Frank starting over by the tilted cube, crouched down below. Makes his way over to the sisters very early on. Backs up back to the tilted cube, forces Sam into the tilted cube. Frank's over by the loading bay and retreats to the ridge. Stops to look where Sam is, but Sam's already too close. And it's just a David and Goliath moment as Sam embraces him in the corner. Gets the tag. Elijah up on the chaser's plate. Sitting down on a chair on the chaser's plate. Sam also sitting down at the ridge. Elijah goes to flush Sam out. Sam breaks away to the front line. Great speed. Elijah not making a move just yet, but dives under the sisters and gets a tag. Very quick tags here so far from Nimbus and Kalidus and co. A lot of back and forth. Kai Baldwin up on the chaser's plate now. Tasked with getting Elijah out of there and putting some points on the board. Is he up for it? Elijah going to the mountain, faking that he's going to go underneath, but cuts back to the tilted cube. A lot of good dance moves there from Elijah. Up over the sisters and is on the front line. But Kai able to just dart under that front line platform and secure the tag. Score remains 0-0. Logan Piner up on the chase plate. Kai over by the loading bay. Kai goes under the mountain, gets the tilted cube. Logan jumps inside, swing and a miss. Kai over back by the ridge. Just waiting for Logan to get to him. Will waste a lot of time. Gets up to the mountain, jumps into the tilted cube, but Logan descending down on top of him and secures the tag. I thought he was a little bit safe there, but you're not safe when Logan is working a high line behind you. Incredible work from all athletes so far. Logan going to a classic high point. If he's on Nimbus, he's gonna fly. Amy Baldwin up on the chaser's plate. Logan jumps down to the sisters. Amy just wraps around to the front line, though. Logan doubles back on himself. Stops, doubles back to again. Amy reaches a hand out and gets the tag. The front line, yet again, claims another soul. Amy now tasked with getting the first point on the board in this match. Elijah up on the chaser's plate. Might see some switch walking going on here from both sides. Amy starts over by the ridge. Waits for Elijah to get close. Elijah with a little bit of a spin. Don't know how effective it was. Amy races and doubles back over to the lazy boy, but had her back turned to Elijah as Elijah tackled her into the corner. A lot of spinning going on there in that match, and it's spelled for a tag. Elijah going to start on the chaser's plate, I think, with Danny this time again. Going to wonder where they're going to go. This is the mental game that Elijah likes to play. Forces Danny immediately into a chase behind Elijah. Elijah goes to the top of the mountain. jumps skateboard style onto the side of the tilted cube, runs to the front line, uses the plate, but Danny close behind, closing the distance and gets the tag over by the loading bay. Amazing footwork there by Elijah, but Danny just able to keep boots on the floor and just close the gap between them. The score still remains 0-0 as we move into chase 10. Logan Piner up on the chaser's plate. Danny starts by the ridge. Stays there, waits for Logan to get close. Cuts to the front line. Jukes him again. Logan behind him over to the sisters and to the tilt cube. Cuts back on himself. Danny keeping really good tabs on where Logan is, but Logan just darts at him to the front line and secures the tag. Quick breaking action here. Just all back-to-back chases, non-stop. These athletes are giving it their all. Sam up on the chaser's plate. Looking a little disappointed at Sam right now. Sam's looking at him like, really? You're going to start there? You're really going to make me go there? And Logan's just saying, yep. Logan jumps down from the top of the ridge. Sam trying to flush him out. Logan takes the front line. A beautiful knee spin 360 out of nowhere. Logan gets to the tilted cube. Sam goes to reach for a hand, jumps over to the tilted cube, and a hugging tag in the corner. We need a study. If anybody has a clip or something of that knee spin. I don't know how effective it was, but it worked for a bit. Frank up on the chaser's plate. Sam over by the mountain. Neither team has a point on the board. So we're really getting close. The first point will matter here. Sam under the mountain cuts back to tilted cube, but breaks back to the loading bay. Frank trying to make his way through the obstacles, getting a little bit caught up, but now it's a foot race. Frank reaches a hand out and gets the tag over by the sisters. Amazing work there. Kai Baldwin of Kalidus & Co. up on the chaser's plate now. If there's anybody I would throw in against Frank, it is Kai. Two absolute powerhouses. Kai fixing Frank's question and asks him, can you keep up? Frank starting by the tilted cube. Goes under and over. Oh my goodness, a tag goes to get made. Frank jumped up. He went through the mountain, up onto the platform next to the loading bay. The tag wasn't made there, even though they were right in front of each other. But then Kai dives through the loading bay and secures the tag. Elijah is now up on the chaser's plate. The score still remains 0-0. We're at chase 14. Are we going to go into a sudden death at 0-0? Almost, it seemed like a false start, but they're seeming to play it out. Kai just juking back and forth, keeping those legs moving. Beautiful double speed over the sisters. Cuts back on himself to the sisters, to the loading bay. Elijah trying to cut down the distance, but not getting close enough. Kai doing amazing work, just keeping Elijah guessing, keeping the legs moving. And Kai able to put the first evasion up on the board. Beautiful work. Ended it just like that with the first point on. We are now at match point. Kalidus & Co., if they get an evasion, they will win. Logan needs to get a tag. Kai giving respect to Logan, starting up high now. Kai immediately retreats to the top of the mountain. Doing a lot of work here. Logan dives through, but no tag is made. Kai over by the ridge, keeping eyes on Logan the entire time. Logan dives through, but again, no tag is made. Kai wrapping around the sisters quickly. Back under the mountain and to the loading bay again. Logan reaches out last second, and I believe a tag was made there. Kai put his hand up, I think acknowledging the tag. Logan absolutely spent on the floor. Logan now needs to get an evasion to force a sudden death, but Amy Baldwin is here to try and close that out. Logan starting over by the ridge, cuts back to the loading bay. Amy reaches up a hand and gets the tag very quickly and very well done. Kalidus & Co. will take the win there, 1-0. We're in the last 5 matches of the day. And we have Wall of Bees against Dexterity Depot's home team. We have the Rock, Paper, Scissors, Wall of Bees, and Dexterity Depot's home team. The home team will be taking the Rock, Paper, Scissors and will be evading first. Dexterity Depot's home team donning the white and black, except for Aaron, who is in the black and gold. Dexterity Depot throwing out Alex Mosley to evade first. Wall of Bees throwing out Zeke to chase down Alex. Alex starting over by the ridge. We wait for the athletes ready. Alex immediately cutting to the mountain, making Zeke pursue him over to the tilted cube. Alex jukes back and forth on the sisters to the front line. Gets back over by the loading bay, running the perimeter. Does the reverse high line. Zeke just trailing right now. Got to close the distance. Time is running out, and the first chase and first evasion. Alex Mosley will get that. Wall of Bees will throw out Devin Straley, a veteran in the sport. Alex seeing if he can extend this lead right now. Alex starting over by the ridge, letting Devin get close to him. Devin flushes him out quickly, though, over by the loading bay. Alex again about to go take the reverse high line, but stops at the sisters, doubles back. Devin reaches, no tag is made. Alex wraps around the sisters again. Can he do it? We're at 18 seconds. A last-ditch dive, but no contact is made. Such a close chase. Devin staying so close the whole time, making all the right decisions, but Alex just able to keep that fingertip of distance. Alex putting his team at a beautiful pace at 2-0. Ian of Wall of Bees is now tasked with taking Alex down before they can extend this lead even further, especially this early on. Alex backpedals over to the loading bay, goes under the mountain and gets to the tilted cube. A little bit of a light jog, but he's still getting away from Ian. Ian chases him through the center court, but gets to the tag in the end over by the ridge. Alex, though, doing a beautiful job putting his team in the lead here so early on. Now they just got to play defense the whole time. The home team of Dexterity will throw in Mike Myers. Ian Monaghan starting over by the ridge. Mike wants to flush him out. That same thing we saw Liam McKay do on the ridge. Ian cuts back on the front line. We're back over by the ridge. Mike descends down and gets the tag, though. We have John Bildner up on the chaser's plate for Wall of Bees. Mike starting over by the ridge again. Mike letting John get close enough, trying to waste as much time as possible as he cuts through to the mountain, jumps into the tilted cube, gets under the sisters, has a decent amount of distance. John tries to close the distance. Mike, beautiful double speed over the sisters as he cuts under the mountain, back over to the loading bay. Mike doing a great job keeping his eyes on his opponent and is able to extend Dexterity Depot's lead 3-0. Wall of Bees throwing in Devin Straley again to stop this dominant performance of Dexterity Depot's home team. Mike starting over by the ridge. Devin needs to flush him out quick. Mike takes the Dorito cut to the tilted cube. Devin quick into the tilted cube and gets a hand on him before he can escape under the sisters. Breakneck speed from both athletes, but right there, Devin was just able to just get the jump on him, it seems. But will it be enough as Dexterity Depot Homes team leads by 3? Aaron Lucas up on the chaser's plate. Devin starting over by the tilted cube. Lets Aaron cut through the whole quad. Devin through the mountain, but Aaron able to get a hand up and get a very quick tag on him. Aaron pretty fresh right now as we approach the halfway point of this match. Zeke up on the chaser's plate. Aaron starting over by the ridge. Letting Zeke get close to him. Flushes him out over to the loading bay. Aaron takes the reverse high line over to the sister, but stops, cuts back, keeps going to the front line. Doubles back on himself, doing a lot of footwork here. Beautiful double speed over the sisters. Cuts under the mountain. A lot of distance being created between these two. Aaron keeping eyes on Zeke at all times. Last ditch effort dive, but nobody's home. Aaron able to extend this lead. Another point up. 4-0 to Wall of Bees. Dexterity just continue the lead. All they have to do is play defense. But I think adding points on doesn't look too bad for them either, they think. Ian Monaghan of Wall of Bees up on the chaser's plate. Aaron again starting over by the ridge. Dorito cuts under the mountain. Stops before the tilted cube. Rushes to the sisters. Ian just waiting to make a move here. We get back to the ridge. Aaron lets Ian get through, wastes a little bit more time, and again, cuts up on top of the mountain, through to the tilted cube. Time's running out. Not enough time, but the lights go green, and I don't think a tag was made in time. Dexterity Depot lead 5-0, putting them in match point right now. Aaron pointing over to the desk saying, we're going to do it again. Devin Straley, he now needs to get a tag and evade 5 times in a row to force a sudden death. Aaron starts in a familiar place by the ridge, backpedals to the loading bay, and allows himself to get tagged here. Maybe as a challenge, saying, all right, Devin, let's see what you're up to here. The problem is we have Paul Fisher, fully fresh in this match, by the way. First chase to chase down Devin and close out this match 5-0. Devin waiting idly over by the tilted cube. Paul races at him through center court. Flushes him out immediately. Devin cuts back on himself over to the tilted cube. Jumps through the mountain. Stops by the loading bay. Paul dives, reaches a hand out, gets the tag. And Dexterity Depot's home team will win 5-0 against Wall of Bees. Our next match will be Haroon 5 against 215.
That one for you.
All right. We move on to Haroon 5. The name is a play on words. Haroon from UGen was supposed to be here, but a flight got canceled, and as unfortunate as it is, he wasn't able to be here, but he lives on in the name of Haroon 5 here. We have Radwan in the Rooftop Kings on Haroon 5. A bit confusing again, yes, I know, but I'm here to call these things out. We have Marquise for the rock, paper, scissors on 215, befitting the black and red jerseys. Haroon 5, I believe, won the rock, paper, scissors there. They will be evading first. They throw out Gabe Torres in the classic bucket hat. 215 with the classic move of throwing out Marquise Bennett. Gabe starting over by the ridge. I want to see a statistic of how many matches have started here. It's been probably 95%. Gabe waits for Marquise to flush him out. Runs back to the loading bay. Marquise spiders up. A beautiful dive. Marquise dove from the corner of the loading bay to underneath the mountain and then got the tag. We have Grant up on the Chaser's plate. Raring to go against Marquise. Marquise, thumbs up from both sides. Marquise just walking over to the ridge for a starting point. Races back to the loading bay. Jumps into the tilted cube. Grant just not quite close enough to him. Marquise barreling over the sisters. Cuts back again to the front line. Wraps himself around the bar on the front line, but it doesn't seem to matter. Marquise is a man on a mission, but gets tagged at what seemed to be 19.5 seconds. Beautiful work there from Grant Kinningham. But 2-1-5 throw out. Isaiah. Can Isaiah perform the way he's been performing all day so far? Very consistently. Grant immediately backpedals over to the loading bay and pauses on the mountain. Jumps down to the side of the tilted cube, but Isaiah just up above him, waiting to strike as he does. Reaching that arm down, securing the tag. The score remains 0-0 as we move into Chase 4. Haroon 5 throw in. Gabe Torres again. Again, this team only consists of 3 players, Haroon 5. So you're going to see them a lot. Isaiah starts over by the ridge. Waits for Gabe to get close to him. Dorito cuts under the mountain. Gabe dives. Nobody's home, though. Isaiah up over the sisters. Cuts to the front line. Gabe not able to close the distance. Jumps down from the ridge and gets the tag, I think, with his fingertips. Liam McKay up on the Chaser's plate. Waves at Gabe. Gabe gives a nod of approval. Gabe starting over by the ridge. Let's see if we see Liam do the classic ridge flush out. There it is. Gets up on top, flushes him to the front line. Gets a little bit caught up, but he recovers well. Gabe over by the loading bay. Keeping beautiful distance. Juking Liam right now. Liam getting caught up in the bars. Gabe running the front line. Time is running out. Gabe puts the burners on and puts the first point up on the board for Haroon 5. Beautiful work done by both athletes there. Liam, I think, had 1 or 2 spills there. He recovered well, but it was enough for Gabe to get away from him. We see Isaiah come back in on the Chaser's plate. Can't let Gabe snowball out of control here. A ridge start for Gabe. Isaiah flushes him out to the loading bay. Cuts back to the ridge, but just stops. Wastes a decent amount of time. Isaiah goes to reach his hand down. Gabe ducks out of the way. They're playing a little game of cat and mouse here. Gabe rushes the front line. Isaiah not close enough, but gets stuck at the lazy boy. And Isaiah able to get the tag with almost no time to spare. Haroon 5 still up 1-0 as Grant is up on the Chaser's plate, hoping to keep this lead that they have as we approach the halfway point of this match. Isaiah starting by the ridge. Grant going to try to flush him out as quick as possible. Hoping Isaiah is a little tired from that. Chases him down the front line. Puts the burners on and gets the tag. But where you get a quick tag, you will get a quick chaser in next, that being Marquise. Grant seems like he's going to start over by the ridge. I'm not surprised at this point. If you start anywhere else, that's when I'm surprised. Backpedals immediately to the loading bay and up on the mountain. We've seen him do this before. Jumps down, wraps around, jumps to and over the sisters. Doing a little bit of dancing back and forth over by the lazy boy. Marquise jumps, no contact made. Under the mountain, into the loading bay. Another dive, and Marquise able to catch up to Grant and secure the tag. But 2-1-5 have to make a move here. It's too much back and forth. Haroon 5 able to play defense pretty well. Gabe, labored breathing right now. Same thing from Marquise, but we've seen Marquise in this exact position. And Gabe, and they can just go at 100% still. Marquise starts over by the ridge. Gabe flushes him out. They stall a little bit. Back and forth from Marquise over by the loading bay. Through to the cube, a bit of a stumble, a roll, and a tackle into the lazy boy. But Gabe able to get the tag. Grant reassuring Gabe that they're almost there. You just got to breathe. Play a little bit of defense. If you're in Gabe's shoes, what would you do here? Would you go and try to get an evasion, or do you try to tire out the chaser and then get tagged? There's a lot of strategies that you play here. There is a lead, but it's only 1 point. Liam up, flushing Gabe out quickly from the loading bay. Gabe taking the reverse high line all the way to the front line. Liam not making quite an attempt to get a tag yet. He's just trailing behind Gabe, getting caught between the obstacles. Liam has to make a move. He reaches out, but nothing is there. The green lights go off. And the point is on the board, 2-0. Jose is up on the chaser's plate. Gabe, head down, eyes closed. You can only imagine the fatigue he's going through. But watch as he just moves, probably like nothing's wrong, speeding under the mountain. Jose would have reached. Nobody's home. Good recovery. Gabe up on the sisters, cuts back into tilted cube. Jose, one arm down, but acting like it's not really bothering him. Gets through to the ridge, dives through, but not quite there. Gabe puts another point on the board. 3-0 right now against 2-1-5. A team with only 3 players against a team with only 4 players. These two teams are putting it all out on the line here. Marquise tasked with getting this tag and getting some points on the board. But you still have Grant and Radwan still, getting their stamina back. Marquise flushes him out to the loading bay. They play a little bit of back and forth, and a tag is made. Gabe, I think, just tired, collapsed on the floor. Rightfully so after the performance that we've been seeing. Grant Kinningham up on the chaser's plate. I don't know if Marquise just said 3 in a row is a problem or 3 in a row isn't a problem. Grant books it at Marquise, flushing him out from the ridge. A good juke, though, kicking off the sisters to the tilted cube, up and over the mountain and gets away. I don't think a tag was made. Marquise retreats over to the ridge, wasting a lot of time here. Grant's got to make a move. You can't let Marquise get a point on the board. It seems like we're gonna go to a DTR. Marquise saying he can have it. I think he might be a bit spent here. Marquise saying that Grant got his knee pad possibly from what Grant is saying. Marquise did not feel it. We're going to see if they want to go to a DTR. Athletes are working it out right now, seeing if they want to go through with a DTR. The tag is on the knee pad. Marquise, I think, conceiving the tag, that will be your match. I believe the final score there was 3-0. Our next match is going to be second stage Squonks against Dudes Tagging Fast.
Yeah. What's this whole thing?
Down here is a green battery pack. It should have like 3 or 4 batteries in there.
You always take out one?
Yes, please. I'm gonna pass you that.
We move on to the last 3 matches of the day. Not of the weekend, though, as tomorrow will be our tournament-style knockouts. We have Dudes Tagging Fast against second state Squonks. Squonks are having a pretty rough time here. Not able to secure a win. But the teams they are going against are pretty crazy right now. Carson winning the rock, paper, scissors, meaning Haroon 5 will be evading first. Haroon 5 in the pink and or pink and black jerseys. Second stage Squonks in their jerseys, the purple ones. Reading through some of the comments, seeing, yeah, Gabe was insanely exhausted. So was Marquise at the end, but we move on to our last 3 matches. Carson starting over by the ridge. A reach, but nobody home from Canute. Carson runs over to the sisters, darts along the front line over to the ridge again, just running the perimeter. Canute following suit behind him, falling into the trap of just trailing. Carson wraps back to the sisters. Time is running out. No time is left. First chase and first point. DTF lead 1-0 into chase 2. We have Austin up on the chaser's plate. Carson starting over by the ridge again. Austin trying to flush Carson out. Carson will happily wait there for as long as he needs to. Carson running up the top of the mountain into the tilted cube. Benny hilling around the tilted cube. Does it twice and then escapes to the mountain. Finds himself back over by the ridge, running and sprinting along the front line. And Carson, second chase in, puts up a second point. Tristan waving hello. Carson with no response. That's cold. Carson already labored breathing over by the ridge. Tristan immediately trying to flush him out. A little Benny Hill around the ridge, but a tag was made pretty quickly. We now have Dan Van Diesel up on the chaser's plate. Tristan with another wave and a hello. I don't think there was an answer from Dan. That's pretty cold, Dan. Tristan starting over by the ridge. Dan flushes Tristan out. Tristan escapes over to the loading bay under the mountain. Gets himself over to the tilted cube, but Dan quickly just sprinting up to him and securing the tag. DTF still with a wonderful early lead. Squonks throw in Caden to try and get Dan out of there. Dan starting over by the ridge. Caden wants to flush him out. He does it successfully over to the loading bay, but Dan right back to the ridge. A lot of time could be wasted just bouncing between these two. Up on the mountain into the tilted cube. Dan works his way over the sisters to the front line now. Caden just falling into the trap of following too close behind him, and Dan just keeping beautiful distance and pace away from him. DTF lead 3-0. Canute up on the chaser's plate now. Dan starting in center court, staring at Canute. Retreats to the ridge. Canute flushes him out pretty well. Dan, again, back up on top of the mountain. We see that often from him. Under the sisters, Canute with a little bit of a hit on the sisters. Doesn't seem to have stopped them, though. Dan runs on the front line. Back up over the sisters. Time is running out, though. And another evasion for dudes tagging fast. Canute built absolutely strong. Almost broke the sisters with his back there. Squonks throw in Austin on the chaser's plate. Dan, with familiar start over by the ridge. I wonder if we're going to see the top of the mountain again. Oh, he cuts back to the ridge and runs the front line. Austin very close behind him, though, and gets a tag. Almost barrels into the commentator desk. DTF with a commanding lead as we approach the middle of this match. Amos ran out up on the chaser's plate. Austin in center court. Amos goes to the ridge, tries to cut off a lot of the quad. Austin cuts back on himself to the sisters, finds himself at the tilted cube. Amos with a little bit of a stumble. Good recovery, though. Gets up on the front line. Austin just keeping Amos guessing. Able to get away. A little bit of a slip up there from Amos, but Austin able to put a point up on the board. We now have Dave Hagenboom from Eugen in a Hollywood shirt, but on DTF. Austin trying to put a second point on the board for his team. Dave flushes him out from the ridge. Austin, beautiful work through the mountain there. Not letting Dave get close enough. Dave vipers through the tilted cube, but nobody's there. Austin, amazing work back and forth, but questions himself, I think, too many times and gets tagged. DTF still with a 3-point lead here as we are in chase 10. Tristan waves. Dave with a peace sign. Dave starting over by the ridge. Dave waiting for Tristan. Tristan tries to flush him out. Does it successfully. Dave cuts back on himself. Over back by the ridge again. Runs along the front line. He wraps around the outside of the sisters. Cuts back. Failed Viper on the tilted cube. Dave making a lot of distance here. Getting a lot of timeout. Tristan just not able to close the distance. Dave showing the veteran knowledge that he has from all the years on Eugen. Were put on display right there. Kept his eyes on Tristan the entire time. Didn't let him get close. Laid a lot of traps. And was able to keep that lead. Caden of the Squonks up on the chaser's plate.
Come on, Kaden!
Dave starting over by the ridge. Retreats over by the loading bay. Up on top of the mountain. A reverse high line we see. Caden gets very close. Reaches out. Nobody home. Dives at Dave and gets the tag. Beautiful work from Caden. But he is now met with Dan Van Diesel on the chaser's plate. This is match point for DTF. If Dan gets the tag, they win. Caden needs to get 4 evasions to force a sudden death.
Kaden's the lead singer of Hamlet.
A quick tag from Dan there on Caden. And that will be the match. DTF lead 5-1 against the Squonks.
It was a matcha pistachio.
Caden of the Squonks, I just received notice, is a lead singer of a band called Nailbite. Check them out. Listen to some of their songs.
Is this the last
Yeah.
one?
No, one more. So we've got Nimbus and Wallabies
We move on. We have Nimbus against the wall of bees. Nothing more terrifying than a wall of bees. All right, we move on to our second to last match, Wall of Bees against Nimbus. Both teams showing why they are some of the best in the country. Nimbus with a lot of recognizable names, a lot of veterans in the sport. Wall of Bees as well. Nimbus will be evading first with Fank. Just kind of moseying around the quad, maybe looking for a starting spot. Devin on the chaser's plate, flushes Frank out immediately. This is going to be a quick-paced match, I can already tell. Frank, a little bit of a stumble on the lazy boy. Devin as well exiting it. They get over to the tilted cube. Frank diving through the mountain. Wraps around the loading bay, stops at the ridge, but Devin not falling for it and able to get the tag. I told you it would be quick-paced. We have Elijah in the purple and white, but on Nimbus, up on the chaser's plate against Devin of Wall of Bees. Devin starting over by the loading bay. Under the mound, finds himself by the tilted cube. Elijah just waiting for a moment to strike. And there it was. Devin went under the sisters, but I think for just a little bit too long. And Elijah able to capitalize on it. We now have Ian of Wall of Bees. Devin with a little clap and fist bump. Ian missed the fist bump. That's pretty cold, Ian. Elijah with his head down. Who knows if he's tired? Or maybe he's thinking about food. Ian immediately cutting through center court. Elijah faking that he's going to go on top of the mound. Ian speeding up, though. Get very close to him. Elijah back on the starting plate. Almost like the match was reset there. Wrapping back around to loading bay on top of the high line. Doing it in reverse. Back up on the starter plate again. Make that 3. That might be a record for the amount of times somebody has touched the starter plate in a match. Wall of Bees throws in Zeke. Like I said before, the only thing scarier than a Wall of Bees is Zeke on a starter plate. Nimbus do lead, though, 1-0. Pretty early on here. So Wall of Bees has a lot of time to capitalize. Beautiful work from Elijah getting through the mountain. Wraps around to the ridge and the front line. Makes his way over to the sisters again, just kind of running the perimeter. Zeke not able to close the distance confidently enough. He gets back on the starter plate, looks up at the timer, and gets a second evasion, putting them up 2-0. We have John up on the chaser's plate. Tasked with getting Elijah from stopping. Elijah tries to wrap back around to the starting plate, and it does not work. John with the tag on Elijah. The crowd roars for John. I have Elijah over here by the desk, heavily breathing into the mic. I think with the world record of amount of times hitting the starting plate in a match. Logan Piner up on the chaser's plate. Flushes John out of the ridge pretty quickly. Logan descends down and I think swipes at the back of John's shirt for a quick tag. Devin Straley back up on the chaser plate now. Are we going to see Logan take to the skies? I think so. Incredible balance he has. Immediately runs over to the sisters. Takes to the front line. Devin up above him. The cutback double. But the front line claims another soul. Can't cut back too much in the front line, especially when the person is up on the platforms. If you have the front line in between you, it kind of works out. But if they're up on the platforms and you're not really getting them off balance, it doesn't work out too well in your favor. But with that being said, we have Fank up on the chaser's plate. Devin starting over by the ridge. Frank looks like he got shot out of a cannon just now, darting through the loading bay. Devin with a beautiful jump from the mountain to the top of the tilted cube, but lost his balance and ran right back into Frank. That was incredible to watch. Ian up on the chaser's plate. Wall of Bees still trail by 2 points here. Nimbus doing a good job playing defense as we're halfway through this match. Frank starting under the mountain. You can do a lot of mental games here. Juking back and forth over by the loading bay. A dive from Ian, but no contact is made. Frank running the front line as an evader, just keeping out of reach of Ian, but Ian eventually chases him down and gets the long arm on him. Incredible work from Ian. Very great creativity from Frank, though. Logan Piner up on the chaser's plate. He can't get any higher than the chaser's plate, so he just stays there. Ian starting over by the ridge. Ian needs to put points on the board right now. Logan flushes him out beautifully. Ian stops over by the lazy boy. But yet again, the front line claims another. You think you're so safe on the lazy boy because you stopped them in it, but the side of the lazy boy is just open. There's nothing there that's stopping them from tagging you. Logan Piner starts over by the loading bay. We have Zeke up on the chaser's plate. Logan waiting for Zeke to get close to him. Takes to the top of the mountain. Jumps to the top of the tilted cube. Beautiful creativity. Zeke moved the entire tilted cube just now. Logan over by the ridge. Wraps around to the front line. Pulling an Elijah. Almost loses his balance. Will it cost him the match here, though? Zeke not able to close the distance. And Logan able to continue the lead 3-0. We're at match point with John up on the chaser's plate. Logan missing a high five from him. That's pretty cold. Logan over by the tilted cube, crouching below it. I think we could still see him, though. John tries to flush Logan out. Gets on top of the ridge. Flushes Logan out to center court. Logan takes the top of the mountain. John reaches, swipes. Nobody home, though. Logan wraps back around to the ridge. John's got to make a move here if he wants to get this in time. The time is running out, though. It's a sprint on the front line. The lights go green. Logan able to extend it 4-0, and that is the match there. Nimbus win 4-0 against Wall of Bees. We move on to the last match of the day, but not the weekend. It is Nyx, a powerhouse in the sport, against Dexterity Depot home team, another powerhouse of a team. we move on to the last match of the day. Please let us know in the stream. I know it's been a long day for everybody watching. It's been a long day for the athletes here as well. But let us know which match was your favorite. Will tomorrow be streamed? Yes, tomorrow will be streamed. As far as the time, you will see an upcoming live stream on the Dexterity Depot YouTube page. It will have a time that when we will be trying to go live around. So as long as you tune in around then, you'll most likely see us here as well. Right now, we start with Nyx, Matthew Hall evading, and Alex Mosley up on the Chaser's plate. Matthew dodging back and forth on the ridge, makes his way to the top of the mountain, wraps around the tilted cube. Alex staying above him, but not able to make a move just yet. Matthew tries to escape, but Alex able to get the tag on him before he can escape there. Beautiful work. We now have Bennett up on the Chaser's plate for Nyx against Alex Mosley for Dexterity Depot's home team. Alex starts over by the ridge, quickly goes to the loading bay, takes the mountain into the tilted cube though, finds his way over to the front line, tries to juke back and forth, get Bennett off his game. Bennett keeping eyes on him, reaches up a swipe, and the tag was made. Beautifully done by Bennett there. Now he has Aaron Lucas up on the Chaser's plate, ready to hunt him down. Bennett starting in the middle of the quad, out in open field. Immediately retreats, though, back to the tilted cube. Aaron jumps on the tilted cube, ready to strike. Reaches over and just tags him very confidently. The score still remains 0-0 into Chase 3. Nick Amblo, I've been counting it. The hat has fallen off every time. I've lost count. Aaron starting over by the ridge. Dorito cuts under the mountain over to the tilted cube. Nick pauses just for a second. Aaron trying to get him off his balance, though. Nick reaches a hand out and gets the tag before falling out. If he missed the tag, it would have counted as an evasion because Nick did fall out of the quad. Paul Fisher up on the Chaser's plate. Again, I can say from experience, you do not want to be across from this man. Nick starting over by the ridge. Waiting for Paul to get close. Paul has to flush him out. Nick takes to the front line, though. Paul just stays above him, waiting to strike. Nick makes it around to the tilted cube. Paul pauses. Nick cuts back to the sisters and on the front line, jukes back on himself to the sisters again, but Paul never committing to anything right away. I've said it in the past about Paul. He waits for his chance to strike, and when he does, 9.5 times out of 10, he will make that tag. We now have Ethan up on the Chaser's plate for Nyx. Score still remains 0-0. Paul starts over by the ridge. Gets flushed out just about. Takes to the front line. Has to put the jets on, but it's not enough. And the tag was made, barreling into the corner by the sisters. Amazing work. These are just quick back-to-back tags. Athletes can keep a lot of stamina, but if this continues into the later one, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of heavy breathing. Mike Myers up on the Chaser's plate. And Ethan starting over by the ridge. Mike wants to flush Ethan out. Reaches under the front line, jumps out at him and gets a tag. Beautiful work from Mike Myers there. But now he is met with Michael Frazier of Nyx. Again, every time we've seen this man, it just seems like all the obstacles are not there. He can just leap and bound over them. Familiar start from Mike over by the ridge. Mike retreats back to the loading bay. A dive through the loading bay from Mike Frazier and gets the tag. I don't think I've ever seen him dive through an obstacle, but it proved to be effective. We are in the halfway point of the match. We have Alex Mosley up now on the Chasers plate. The score remains 0-0. We saw this once before as we went in with one of the earlier matches. And the first point won it. Will it be the same here? Michael Frazier juking Alex. Alex reaches a hand out, gets the tag. It's just back-to-back sub 5-second tags, it seems. Alex wants to get a point up on the board, but Matthew Hall of the Knicks does not want that to happen. Alex starting over by the ridge. Cuts to the mountain. Back over by the tilted cube. Matthew not making a move just yet. Sprints out into the corner, though, and gets the tag. Just incredible pace that they're just keeping up consistently between these two teams. Both these teams only made up of about 4 athletes each. So they're seeing a lot of quad time here. We have Aaron up on the Chasers plate to chase down Matthew, who's starting over by the tilted cube. Aaron darts through the center quad, pauses on the tilted cube. Matthew juking back and forth, kind of tripping up Aaron. Back over by the tilted cube, a lot of time being wasted here. Aaron reaches out a hand, though, and gets the tag on Matthew. Beautiful work there, keeping him on his toes, keeping him off balance. But he just wasn't able to get the distance once he made a move for the mountain. We have Bennett of Knicks in the green shirt up on the Chasers plate. Aaron in the black of Dexterity Depot's home for the Evader. Ridge start from Aaron. He cuts back by the loading bay. Makes his way up the mountain into the tilted cube. Stops at the sisters. And a hand gets reached out from Bennett and gets tagged. A shrug of the shoulders of Aaron. Says he's never done that before. It just goes to show, in the heat of a competition, your body just kind of does what it wants sometimes. We remain at 0-0 in the last 3 chases of this match. Who will put a point on the board, or who will win the sudden death? Paul Fisher up on the Chasers plate. Bennett starting over by the ridge. Paul flushes him out immediately with a dive across the front of the mountain and gets the tag. This might be one of the quickest average time matches we've seen, definitely today, where each chase is definitely under 10 seconds. Nick Amblo. The hat didn't fall off last time. You got one on me, Nick. Paul starting over by the ridge. He cuts. Ooh, looked like he was going to do Dorito cut, but kept Nick on his toes. Back to the mountain, over to the tilted cube. Jukes back on the sisters. Nick not able to close the gap. Paul makes his way over to the ridge. Just dancing around. Nick not able to close the gap. The time is running out. A last-ditch effort. The hat fell off from Nick, but the point was gotten by Paul, putting them up 1-0 in the last 3 chases. We are now at match point again. On the first point scored is now match point. Ethan from Knicks up on the Chasers plate. He needs to get a tag, get an evasion to force a sudden death. Paul starts over by the loading bay. Ethan barreling at him, though. Dives face first to the ground, but gets the tag. Embraces Paul. Now needs to get an evasion from Michael Myers. And if that isn't scary enough, you just know you're going to be running for a pretty long time here. Ethan starting over by the ridge. Mike wants to flush him out, immediately chasing him down by the loading bay. Gets over through to the mountain. A tackle from Michael Myers, but gets the tag, meaning Dexterity Depot home team will win off their first point. Incredible matches today. 20 matches throughout the entire day. We have more action-packed chaos tomorrow as we move into the tourney. We will have a bracket made tomorrow. We will tally up all the points and see where all the teams are. But as far as today, thank you everybody who came for the women's division and the open division. This is Dexterity Depot's Chase Off 4. I've been your host today, Jake Migliorato, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Are you staying here? Vic?
Yeah, I say yeah. Wow, there's a lot of fucking chats. Holy shit.